Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for us who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the President.
Honorable members, good morning, first of all. Honorable members, by letter dated 21st April 2023 and 19th May 2023, Cabinet's recommendation has been signified to the following. 1. Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Amendment Bill 2023. 2. Credit Unions Amendment Bill 2023. 3. Central Bank of Belize Amendment Bill 2023. 4. Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Amendment Bill 2023. 5. International Banking Amendment Bill 2023. 6. Moneylenders Amendment Bill 2023. 7. Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Bill 2023. 8. National Payment System Amendment Bill 2023. 9. Lotteries Control Amendment Bill 2023. 10. Development Finance Corporation Loan Facility from the Social Security Board to provide financing primarily for the ongoing Mortgage Finance Program Belize 20 million loan motion 2023. And 11. Saudi Fund for Development Tertiary Level Hospital Project in Belmopan 168,750,000 Saudi Riyals, loan motion 2023.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, good morning. May I start by apologizing to you and to all senators for the late start this morning. It was caused by us adding 2 motions to the orders of the day, and we are grateful for your indulgence and understanding. Madam President, I rise to take charge of the following bills. 1. Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Amendment Bill 2023. Credit Unions Amendment Bill 2023, Central Bank of Belize Amendment Bill 2023, Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Amendment Bill 2023, International Banking Amendment Bill 2023, Moneylenders Amendment Bill 2023, Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Bill 2023, National Payment System Amendment Bill 2023, Lotteries Control Amendment Bill 2023, Law Revision Amendment Bill 2023, and Special Prosecutor Bill 2023. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order number 49, I move that the bills be taken through their stages forthwith. Madam President, if I may just inform the Honorable Senate that I don't propose to move the second reading of the Lotteries Control Bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bills, with the exception of the Lotteries Control Amendment Bill 2023, be taken through all their stages forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
We will still, it will still be introduced. It only will be deferred in the second reading. So we still do.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, in relation to the Lotteries Control Bill 2023, I wish to take charge of that bill and ask that, in accordance with Standing Order 49, that the bills be taken through all their stages.
Can you repeat for me, please?
Madam President, this is the first reading. I'm taking charge of the bill, so I'm bringing the Lotteries Control Bill to the Senate. So I'm asking the President to say that in accordance with Standing Orders 49, the Lotteries Control Bill will be taken through all the stages forthwith. What I'm informing the Senate is that when the bill comes up on the order paper, I will not then move it, but it will remain in the Senate. Much obliged.
Thank you kindly for that explanation. So, honorable members, the question is that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number 40/1/14, Belize Constitution, Public Service Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Amendment Regulations 2023. Number 41/1/14, Social Security Collection of Contributions Amendment Regulations 2023. Number 42/1/14, Social Security Financial and Accounting Amendment Regulations 2023. Number 43/1/14, Social Security Non-Contributory Pension for Women 65 years or over Amendment Regulations 2008. Number 44/1/14, Social Security Financial and Accounting Amendment Regulations 2009. Number 45/1/14, Social Security Non-Contributory Pension for persons 65 years or over Amendment Regulations 2009. Number 46/1/14, Social Security Benefit Amendment Regulations 2011. Number 47/1/14, Social Security Benefit Amendment Regulations 2016. Number 48/1/14, Social Security Financial and Accounting Amendment Regulations 2019. Number 49/1/14, Social Security Benefit Amendment Regulations 2019. Number 50/1/14, Social Security Non-Contributory Pension for persons 65 years or over Amendment Regulations 2019. Number 51/1/14, Social Security Claims and Payments Amendment Regulations 2019. Number 52/1/14, Social Security Registration of Employers and Employed Persons Amendment Regulations 2019. Number 53/1/14, Social Security Benefit Amendment Number 2, Regulations 2019. Number 54/1/14, Social Security Collection of Contribution Amendment Regulations 2019. Number 55/1/14, Social Security Registration of Employers and Employed Persons Amendment Number 2, Regulations 2019. Number 56/1/14, Social Security Claims and Payments Amendment Number 2, Regulations 2019. Number 57/1/14, Social Security Benefit Amendment Regulations 2020. Number 58/1/14, Social Security Collection of Contributions Amendment Regulations 2020. Number 59/1/14, House of Representatives Amendments Standing Orders 2023. Number 60/1/14, Sugar Industry License to Import and Export Sugar Regulations 2023. Number 61/1/14, Belize Port Authority Tariff Amendment Regulations 2004. Number 62/1/14, Belize Port Authority Tariff Amendment Regulations 2008. Number 63/1/14, Belize Port Authority Verified Gross Mass Regulations 2016. Number 64/1/14, Belize Port Authority Tariff Amendment Regulations 2020. Number 65/1/14, Belize Port Authority Piloted Regulations 2023.
Honorable members, those papers are ordered to lie on the table.
Motion relating to the sitting or business of the Senate.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I move that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President.
Honorable members, the question is that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Section 15(1) of the Development Finance Corporation Act, Chapter 279, Revised Edition 2020 provides that the Development Finance Corporation, DFC, may with the approval of the Minister of Finance and subject to the principles of sound fiscal management, borrow sums domestically or internationally for meeting any of its obligations or discharging any of its functions. And whereas subsection 4 of Section 15 of the DFC Amendment Act 2022 further provides that any agreement, contract, or other instrument effecting any borrowing or loan to the DFC or of or above the equivalent of $5 million shall only be validly entered into pursuant to a resolution of the National Assembly authorizing the DFC to raise the loan or to borrow the money. And whereas the DFC approached the Social Security Board for a loan facility to provide financing for its ongoing mortgage finance program that includes residential expansion and improvement, real estate development, infrastructure, and refinancing loan opportunities for Belizeans. And whereas the SSP Board of Directors on 6 June 2022 approved a financing facility to the DFC totaling Belize $20 million for the said purpose under the following terms and conditions. Loan principal amount, Belize $20 million. Disbursement schedule, funds will be dispersed in 4 tranches of $5 million each over 2 years. Purpose to provide financing for DFC's mortgage finance program. Loan term, 25 years with 2 years grace period on principal payment. Rate of interest, interest shall be paid at a rate to be agreed not to exceed 4.5% per annum on outstanding principal loan balance and payable quarterly on any disbursed sum from the date of its first disbursement. Repayment, principal and interest are to be repaid quarterly after full disbursement of loan funds. Full disbursement of the loan will be within 2 years from the date of the first disbursement. Commitment fee, 1% payable by DFC on any undrawn portion of the line of credit to be paid annually. Other fees. The facility will be subject to a one-time loan application fee of $6,000, which is payable before the first disbursement. A lending fee of 0.75% is due on the approved loan facility and payable on the disbursed tranches. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will significantly assist the DFC to meet the growing demands for its ongoing mortgage finance program and aid the government's ongoing efforts to improve the living conditions and lives of the Belizean people, approves and confirms that the Development Finance Corporation may enter into a loan agreement with the Social Security Board on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the corporation through its Board of Directors to execute and deliver the said loan agreement and all other documents associated therewith.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfit.
Thank you, Madam President. Good to be back. It feels like I've been gone for a long time. Madam President, you know, certain things just make you, without looking at any detail, just make you want to object right away. As you hear certain things, you get nervous. There's a holy trinity, Madam President, and there's also an unholy trinity. And that unholy trinity comprises the PUP, DFC, and SSB. Whenever any Belizean hear those three together, we get nervous. We tremble. We worry. We wonder. What no? Because nothing good ever comes out of that trinity when done by the PUP, which is redundant because they ain't the trinity. Madam President, my first question to this motion is why? Why does the DFC need to borrow $20 million from Social Security Board? I don't understand it. It's not a little bit of money, but it's not a hell of a lot of money to finance one of the central characteristics of this government's promise to the people. Because this money will be dispersed over a period of 2 years from how I read the motion. And so the question is, why can't the government just simply budget for this money over the next 2 years or the next 2 to 3 years? Why do you need to borrow the money? Let Social Security Board money loan, man. You can help on yourself. You can budget for this $20 million over 2 to 3 years, and therefore the DFC doesn't have to be indebted anymore. Doesn't have to be more government borrowing from a statutory body. For which, Madam President, the Social Security Board should be investing in public utilities. The Social Security Board should be investing in treasury bills, safe investments. The DSC has proven to be not a safe investment. Something always comes up short, the DSC, under the PUP. And so you are putting $20 million of people's future to finance the DFC, which, as I repeat, Madam President, is not necessary. During the budget debate, I heard the Prime Minister say that Belize, man, greater than Muhammad Ali, rolling in money. We do better than everybody in the Western Hemisphere except Guyana or something like that. The IMF proud that we, and the IMF say we do good, so why do we need to borrow 20 million Belize dollars over the next 2 years when we can just budget for that money? But, Madam President, the need for the government to borrow $20 million from SSB to finance a program that they promised after 3 years in government is an indication that they are not performing. They can't find the money. They cannot grow the economy or come up with creative ways to make $20 million, Belize, over the next 2 years to finance what they say is a most important aspect of their promise to the people. You know what this reminds me of, Madam President? You ever go into a bar? Go to a bar, and or a club, and Carl, you know, go to the bar, and somebody pull up in a fancy car, right? And 2 gold chain, and they dress up and clean off. Huh? And you figure, what? Money man come. You buy out the bar, and then me, you know, with my $2 in my pocket, go to the bar, and that same man will look rich, come upside there and say, buy me a Guinness, no big man. Huh? Lot of bossy, lot of big talk from this government about how unemployment is so low and all of this and all of that. And yet you come to the National Assembly to borrow $20 million from Social Security Board. This government, Madam President, like the man will dress up at the bar but can't even buy one drink at the bar. $20 million over 2 to 3 years is something a government shouldn't have to borrow. We got $80 million plus 2 consecutive years from Taiwan just to help with budgetary support. $160 million free money. And we have to borrow. Well, nothing in life is totally free, Senator, but practically free. And yet we have to borrow $20 million. Come on, man. Come on, man. You all have to come and borrow this. You're adding $20 million to our debt. DFC borrowing from Social Security Board. You're admitting then that you do not have the ability to make money, not even the most minimal of money, over the next couple of years to support this housing program. So, Madam President, for me, there's no justification for this loan. There is no need for this loan. And this loan smells like disaster, and it will be disastrous as time goes by. That's my presentation, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Chris Cowie.
I'm a kind person, so. This loan of $20 million proposed or approved by the SSB, I think is reflective of the change over the many years of the management of the DFC. During the 13 years of the UDP administration, the UDP had the management of the DFC, and I don't know what was being done except losing money, squandering money. During that period of 13 years, the DFC lost over $12.5 million. $12.5 million. Talking about housing loans and getting money here and there, the DFC really wasn't doing anything. They had $20 million, $24 million worth of loans. Residential loans, yes, is a priority of this government, and efforts are being made by central government along with other statutory bodies to support that priority. It is particularly interesting that the SSB itself sees this as an opportunity for them. This is a decision by the SSB to lend to the DFC because they find that the DFC is managing its affairs properly. In fact, rather than losing money, the DFC has now turned a profit. In 2022, the DFC has turned over $1 million in profit, while at the same time improving efficiencies at its operation and improving the quality of service, the responsiveness of the DFC to its customers. The residential portfolio now comprises over 835 loans for a value of roughly $40 million. That's a growth of over 64% in residential loans. The DFC, in fact, have just been awarded by the Latin American Association of Development Finance Institutions for its Empowering Women, Empowering Business Loans for 2022. This association represents development finance institutions from all over the Latin America and the Caribbean. And Belize's little DFC was able to win an award amongst all those countries. When we look at the finances of DFC, not only has it substantially turned around, substantially improved, but now you see institutions besides the SSB seeing it fit to provide finance to the DFC. That includes the IDB for $30 million. That includes Taiwan Direct for another $10 million. That includes the Caribbean Development Bank for another $12 million. And these aren't limited to residential programs. These go across the board. The government prioritizes MSMEs, and $30 million has been set aside for MSMEs through the IDB. It is actually unfortunate that only 10 million of that has been taken up so far. We encourage MSMEs to look to the DFC as a continuing opportunity to secure financing, because the money is there. The money is there to make available for small business. Besides that, within the DFC, through equity investment by the government of Belize, there is still $8 million available for sugar. Through the CDB, another $10 million for tourism and the productive sector. Through the CDF, another $5 million for the productive sector. And through the CDB, $2 million for renewable energy. So the DFC has shown, not through what has happened in the past under the UDP administration, but what is happening now, that it is able to attract investment into DFC, because a loan is an investment as well. And people are confident enough, financial institutions at home and abroad are confident enough to invest in the DFC. So I'm pleased to support this motion, Madam President.
Madam President, I listened with a little bit of amusement to Senator Perrofit raising his objection to this loan. The first point to be made is that it is entirely understandable why he would object to this loan. He represents a political party that governed this country for 13 years and a bill one house. Millions approved by this Senate for the Ministry of Housing. Nothing to show for it. They have an opacity for housing, a lack of vision for housing, but more seriously, a lack of appreciation of the basic needs of the Belizean people. This People's United Government has a commitment to build houses for the people of this country, and whether you support it or not, we will do it. You could count. You start with the UDP count first. Then you tell me about what we do. More importantly, Madam President, I listen. And once again, you hear what unholy Trinity. PUP, Social Security, DFC. The DFC law, the DFC Act, was amended in order to address abuses based on a Senate inquiry. The board of directors, Madam President, who Senator Perfeet accused of being involved in an unholy alliance, a whole unholy trinity, consists of a person holding the office, not holding the office of emolument in the public service appointed by the Prime Minister. That's one. 3 government representatives: Financial Secretary, CEO, Ministry of Economic Development, CEO, Ministry of Agriculture. That's 4. You count? 3 plus 1, 4. 5 representatives of the private sector nominated by the following organizations: Chamber of Commerce, Bar Association, Institute of Chartered Accountants, and 1 person nominated by Association of Tertiary Level Institutions, and 1 person nominated by the Belize Credit Union League. 5. Madam President, members of the Senate, the point of the matter is that government does not have a majority on the board. Senator Perfeet is standing, count 5 and 4. Take your time, take your time. Senator Perfeet is here accusing people of being in unholy trinity. People from Chamber of Commerce, Senator Herrera, listen. Institute of Chartered Accountant, Bar Association. These are the people who he's accusing of being in an unholy trinity. I say again, Madam President, as has been pointed out by Senator Coe, the Development Finance Corporation is not only making a profit, but it is being proudly managed by a competent board and a competent staff of professionals. And we on this side, the government senators, are proud of the work that they're doing. We have every confidence that this $20 million will be managed prudently, loaned out according to the criteria established by the loan agreement, and redound to the benefit of the Belizean. And so, Madam President, we have no doubt about it, and we ask that the question be put and that it enjoys the support of everybody on this side of this Honorable Senate. Thank you, Madam President. I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the Development Finance Corporation to meet the growing demands for its ongoing mortgage finance program and aid the government's ongoing efforts to improve the living conditions and lives of the Belizean people approves and confirms that the Development Finance Corporation may enter into a loan agreement with the Social Security Board on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the corporation through its board of directors to execute and deliver the said loan motion and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. No. The ayes have it. I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I move that whereas the Saudi Fund for Development, hereafter referred to as the Saudi Fund, is a government organization that provides soft loans and grants to finance development projects and programs in developing countries, and whereas the government of Belize has requested assistance from the Saudi Fund for the financing of a tertiary level hospital project in Belmopan, hereinafter referred to as the project, and whereas the purpose of the loan is to assist the government of Belize in financing the construction of a tertiary level hospital on the Belmopan campus of the University of Belize, which would also serve as a university hospital for medical education. And whereas the Board of Directors of the Saudi Fund for Development has recently approved a loan to the government of Belize in the amount of 168,750 million Saudi riyals, equivalent to approximately US $45 million, to the government of Belize to assist in the financing of the project. And whereas the terms and conditions of the Saudi Fund loan offer are as follows: lender, the Saudi Fund for Development, loan principal amount 168,750,000 Saudi riyals, or approximately US $45 million. Loan term 20 years, 5 years grace period plus 15 years repayment period. Grace period 5 years from the effective date of the loan agreement. Interest rate, fixed interest rate of 2% per annum. And whereas under the provisions of Section 7 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2005, the government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for such a borrowing. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize to finance a tertiary hospital in the Belmopan area, approves and confirms that the government of Belize may enter into a loan agreement with the Saudi Fund for Development on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan agreement and all other documents associated therewith.
I recognize Senator Michael Purphy.
Madam President, there are many aspects of this motion that can be addressed, and my colleagues will address the overall need for an extra facility which we, in the midst of the government not being able to manage what we already have. But there is no big hustling in whatever we have. Hustling is in building a new hospital, but I'll leave that for my friends. Madam President, I will look at the loan itself. The first paragraph, where the Saudi Fund for Development, the SFD, hereinafter referred to as the Saudi Fund, is a government organization that provides soft loans and grants to finance development projects and programs in developing countries. And grants. Why are we borrowing 45 million US dollars from the Saudi government? What kind of negotiators we have, Senator Carl? They need to say no, you know. Nobody negotiates like the Mayas. Brilliant. Huh? Because, Madam President, negotiate a loan from the Saudis Madam President, the leader of government business is good friend, MBS. What is MBS? Mohammed bin Salman. Good personal friend. Madam President, this is the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. He buy one painting. Madam President, a painting for about 500 million US dollars, Painting, And we can't squeeze 45 million US dollars out of him. Come on, Madam President. This is a 45 million US dollars, Madam President, is a drop in the bucket for the Saudis. Why are we borrowing money from these people? These people are supposed to give with that. They were in Guatemala last month. Where the prince stayed, and a lot of prince, They were in Guatemala in early May, where Prince Faisal bin Farhan made the remarks that the Saudi Humanitarian Aid and Relief Center has provided more than 1.3 billion US dollars in aid to the Caribbean. In Guatemala City, he made that announcement. So he can't fly right over and give you one leaf 45 million US. That is Saudis what they talk about, Aramco, that, we had a Prime Minister, Madam President, who said billion with a B. Aramco is a $1 trillion company with a T. Trillion with a T. Are we to borrow 45 million US dollars from them? Come on, man. And leave it of money for them. And then when you look at the agreement, Madam President, oh my goodness. Madam President, when you look at the agreement, they have the loan agreement between the government and the Saudi Fund for Development. Look at some of the clauses in this agreement. I don't know if the government may think we know me and read it. But look at section 303. Let's start with that. It says that the borrower shall cause the executing agency, so Belize, will make sure that the executing agency, who is the Ministry of Economic Development, the government will make sure that the ministry employs qualified and experienced Saudi consultants or joint venture of Saudi Belize consulting offices acceptable to them, the Saudis, in order to assist in project tendering and supervision of the execution of the project. So then they lend we the money, and in typical vampire ways, you have to hire them to consult, and they have to approve all who will work on this hospital. We don't even have independence when it comes to this loan, and we have to pay this back. Remember, Madam President, when you add this and the 20 million that we just passed, just today, government will be, for the next years, another $110 million in debt, And we can't even spend the money on ourselves. We can't, in this instance, decide that we want to put the money here and there that will benefit the economy overall. No! Mohammed bin Salman will have to approve how we spend this. And it's a loan, this is not gift. But it gets worse, Madam President. If you look at section 307, 2, the borrower, government, will make sure the executing agency, who is the Ministry of Economic Development, afford all reasonable opportunity for the accredited representatives of the fund to make visits for the purposes of related to the loan, to examine the project, the goods and services financed out of the proceeds of the loan, and any relevant document, records, and document. 3, to furnish to the fund all such information as the fund shall reasonably request concerning the project, the expenditure, and the goods and services financed out of the proceeds. They want to know where to buy, who you hire, they want to know everything. But look at the 2. We then will make sure that we have to accommodate them when they visit the project, and we pay for that. So when they come to say, let's come and see how this project they go, we have to pay for them to come in. And if they choose to come in the same private jet that they come in the other day to come and sign the loan, you can imagine what the bill will be. Because that has to come out of the loan. Man, what kind of crazy is this? Then you look at this debt now, you know, Madam President. They don't bypass any law or anything we have. The borrower and the fund confirm the agreement that no other external debt shall employ any priority over the loan by way of a lien created on governmental assets. If then debt come first, you have to pay them first. So if there are any government assets that need to be seized to satisfy any loan, then get the first bite. And they're known for bite very big. To that end, the borrower undertakes that, except as the fund shall otherwise agree, if any lien shall be created on any assets of the borrower as security for any external debt, such lien will ipso facto and at no cost to the fund equally and ratably secure the payment of the principal of the loan. They own we for 45 million US dollars. Man, if you want to sell out, go expensive, man. $45 million? Just because you extra friendly with Arabs these days? Brother, if you look, Madam President, and these are the most insulting one as I go along. The borrow money now, Madam President. The borrower, the government, undertakes to cause the executing agency to make a commemorative plaque of suitable dimensions from cement or any suitable metal to be fixed in a conspicuous place in one of the facilities, including the project, to show the contribution of the fund in the financing of the project. Which contribution, my cousin? Which contribution? So now we will put up one plaque for some people who we borrow money from. Not even Belize Bank with a face enough to separate feature borrow money from with Belize house, but we want a plaque by our house we say Belize Bank may help you get this house. Not even their face enough to do that. Now we must put up one plaque. The thank the Saudis for a loan. Really? That's really you mash my foot and I have to say sorry. That's ridiculous. Come on. You get better. The borrower. So we don't put up the plaque now. The plaque the up. The borrower shall consider, I think they're not considering, they make mistake. All documents, records, and corresponding of the fund confidential and providing the fund with complete immunity in the borrowing country regarding the control and inspection of publications. So when they come here, whatever they say, whatever they do, whatever they produce, whatever they write, immunity, full protection. The borrower, 4.06, shall exempt all the assets of the fund in the borrowing country from confiscation, nationalization, custody of all kinds, seizure, and appropriation. So one of their principals come to Belize, gets in an accident, I guess the drive from the private plane to the project. And there's a court case and that person is sued. Immunity or no? The asset, if the asset can be claimed as belonging to the fund, you can't sue them. If they open a bank account locally, you can't sue them because they're protected. They're not diplomats now. They lend we money. We have to pay them back and we make them diplomats essentially. Full immunity. Oh, love them so. Then, the borrower shall exempt all fund transactions in the borrowing country from all taxes, fees, and other official costs of any kind. They got me the sweater now, Madam President. They don't have to pay nothing. You know, do we no favor, man? If they may give you 45 million US, if they may give away, then you're exempt there. But they're not give we nothing. We are treating these people like they're doing us a favor. And they're doing no favor. Madam President, make we look upon this loan breakdown. I think the thing so frightening, jump out on my page and make we look upon the breakdown. 45 million. Now when you work it out, Madam President, it's about 3.75 reals to a US dollar. And remember now you have to borrow the money, you have to draw down the money in a reals, you know. So when you get the money, we have to go to the fund. The fund will draw it down at a cost to us for the reals, convert it, and when we pay them back, we have to pay them back in reals to them, and they will determine who they will go to convert it from whichever currency we have into reals. Watch out. The Saudis pan this deal, they come up. They come up. Madam President, look at page 9. It's 168,750,000 reals, which is about 45 million US dollars. Simple division, Carl. Divide that by, you know, consulting services. Remember now you have to hire them or no? You have to hire them to do consultancies, or you have to get their approval from anybody who you want to hire as consultant. That's, you see that 7.5 million reals, Madam President? That's a cool 2 million US. So 2 million US you have to allocate out of this 45 just to make them consult we for one loan where they give we for one hospital where they want bill. Contingency, I think the consultancy bad. Contingency, 18,750,000 reals. One cool $5 million per contingency. So 7 million. 7 million on offer bill, none. Huh? But Madam President, it get worse. No. Look at section, right on the same page 9, Madam President, look at section C. Notwithstanding the allocation of an amount of the loan or the disbursement percentages set forth in table in paragraph A. So you got civil and electromechanical works 105, medical equipment 37, consulting services 7, contingency 18.75. If the fund has reasonably estimated that the amount of the loan then allocated to the category will be insufficient to finance the agreed percentages of all expenditures in that category, the fund may, by notice to the borrower, reallocate to such category to the extent required to meet the estimated shortfall, etc., etc. In other words, then the lend we this 45 million, And this is how it will be broken down. But if at any time the fund decides, but wait man, we want to increase that 2 million there for consultancy, and we want to take it from medical equipment and we want to put it to consultancy because this 2 million not enough. They can do that. They can do that under this agreement. What kind of madness is that? What kind of madness is that? Really? We so hard up for $45 million? Then, Madam President, on top of the 45 million US, the government has pledged 1.5 million US. What's that for? What's that for? Who's that for? So the total cost of the project is actually 46.5 million, but we're borrowing 45 because the government is giving $1.5 million from the people of Belize. You know, don't they borrow 45? We just borrow 46.5. Oh, the Saudis control that thing, man. That's one trip to the Monaco Grand Prix for every 1 million US. Madam President, attached to the loan agreement, which takes precedent over general conditions if there's to be any clash. Because what they do, they say this is the loan agreement, and these are general conditions that are considered automatically to be a part of the agreement. So we have forgotten that too. Never think we may read anything here, true? You never think we may read anything here, true? Aye, boy. No, Madam President, if you look at page, has to do with if we quarrel. It sounds like we can't quarrel with them because they are in full control. But let me touch on something that's equally important. Privilege for records and communication. Page 8 of the general conditions. All fund documents, records, correspondence, and similar material shall be considered by the borrower as confidential matters. The borrower shall accord the fund full immunity from censorship and inspection of publications. No, Madam President, we're not a kingdom, you know. We're not a dictatorship, you know. Not even a benevolent one. We're a democracy. So what this section is saying is that whatever paperwork, whatever transaction is done by these Saudis with the money where we, the borrower, you know, cannot be revealed to the public. The borrower shall accord the fund full immunity from censorship and inspection of publication. In other words, then, I can write, or I could write one now, get it? Under the Freedom of Information Act, we hear that the funds hired this firm and spent so much with this firm to build this piece of the hospital. We want that information. This agreement is saying that the government will not be able to reveal that. We have access to information. You're telling us that we can't even know what's going on with the money that we are borrowing? That's ridiculous, man. How can anybody support that? And then, Madam President, I want to finish off with this. We got a lot more to say, you know. I'll finish off with this. Arbitration. Page 10. Any controversy between the parties to the loan agreement and any claim by either party against the other arising under the loan agreement shall be settled by agreement of the parties, and failing this, the controversy or claim shall be submitted to arbitration by an arbitral tribunal as hereinafter provided. This is the arbitration tribunal. The arbitral tribunal, I want to read this one slow, shall consist of 3 arbitrators appointed as follows. 1 arbitrator by the Saudis, the fund. A 2nd arbitrator by Belize. And the 3rd arbitrator, hereinafter called the umpire, shall be appointed by agreement of the parties, or, if they shall not agree, by the president of the Organization of the Islamic Conference. No, if we could agree to anything, we don't may reach as far as to find out if we could agree about the 3rd arbitrator. So naturally, we're never going to agree. So when this arbitration happens, 1 from Belize, 1 from the Saudis, and 1 from the Organization of the Islamic Conference. Now, my geography not so good, Madam President, but Saudi, what do we say? What do we say? Boss. 1 arbitrator shall be appointed by the fund. Who they? The Saudis. A 2nd arbitrator shall be appointed by the borough. Who they? We. And the 3rd arbitrator shall be appointed by agreement of the parties. We will never agree. Man, listen to me, man. If we don't need arbitration, we can't agree naturally. The minute we can't agree, or if they shall not agree, by the president, the 3rd arbitrator will be appointed by the president of the Organization of the Islamic Conference. Let them know who? It will be appointed by the president of the conference, and you think that that president will appoint anybody who will go against Saudi Arabia from the Islamic Conference? Really? Madam President?
I ask that we be reminded, Leader of Government Business, Standing Order 40.
Actually, I think it should be amended to be allowed, Madam President, to be honest. But, Madam President, this agreement does not favor Belize. A big chunk of this loan will not go to the benefit of Belize. And if there's any disagreement, the majority of the arbitrators will be of Islamic religion. It's not about being racist or anything like that, but they now vote for we in a no arbitration. You're fooling yourselves if you think they will be fair going against us. So I, Madam President, for the reasons aforementioned, don't support this loan motion.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chinona.
Good morning. We have 2 process questions and then an overarching question. I also read that there is 1.5 allocated, but I couldn't find that in the budget for this period moving forward. I wasn't sure if it's a reallocation of approved budget funds or if it will be the subject of a supplemental, so we'd ask for that. We also had a question in terms of contingency for the currency exchanges or what
the provision there that will be budgeted for the various changes in currencies. But more than that, I think for us, the number that was very scary is actually at Schedule 2 on page 10 of the loan agreement. And I've seen it also in the international coverage where it's saying that the hospital will benefit approximately 200,000 citizens per year. Now, Madam President, our concern is that a tertiary care hospital is specialist care. We're talking about cancer, we're talking about you're already in dire straits when you need tertiary care. And this is anticipating a significant chunk of our productive sector needing annually tertiary level care. And we had questions in terms of, does this represent a shift from the emphasis on primary care, preventative care, now that we're investing in tertiary care health systems, or a health system here, and what this does also in terms of, there was language, I think, in the other document, the general conditions, but certainly in the press coverage, that this was anticipated not just to be a teaching hospital, but also for employment and investment opportunities in healthcare. I wasn't sure how this would then impact over and beyond the public system, the private healthcare system, and the investments that have also been made to some extent via taxpayers' dollars in private tertiary level institutions. So the question is it that we're actually expecting 200,000 of our fellow citizens to be able to afford, but not only afford, but to require tertiary level care on an annual basis, and that's the justification in part for establishing this institution, because that does, so our representatives, that does stoke a large concern for us, given what we're seeing in terms of even trouble, and I take this opportunity, if you allow me to, I mean, I think we were all emotionally affected by that teacher who passed away in that tragic fire, not even being able to be able in a position to afford for the payment of her child who died sadly along with her and its sibling. So it just raises real concerns there, and I hope that we will be provided with the context for this. I don't know if there's a larger paper that went into the cost benefit of this facility, this investment, that justifies this number of 200,000 citizens requiring access to this facility. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Isabel Bennett Moody.
Thank you, Madam President, colleagues. Just if I can make reference to some of the comments from Senator Chanona, in the context of primary health care, that is more focused on prevention. Tertiary health care is for us as a country to be able to deliver care at a higher level. For example, persons that are focusing or has needs for dialysis, persons, as you would have rightly cited, if there is a third-degree burn and or there is massive road traffic collisions. And so even though you have a tertiary institution in the country right now, which is the only one that we have, called Hushner, that being called Hushner, obviously, for us to be able to provide tertiary care for somebody of those categories that need that quality of health care to be transported all the way from Punta Gorda into Belize City, it decreases the life chances and it increases the complexity.
Senator Bennett, I ask that you address the chair.
Sorry, Madam President.
We have not amended the standing orders yet, as according to Senator.
So the whole, to my mind, the whole concept here is to be able to provide, based on the principles of health for all, that is equally accessible, equally that all persons in the country will have the same level of care, the opportunity to have the same level of care. To say that there are less persons in the South that require certain level of care, I don't know that we have that statistics in the country. However, we are a country that is plagued with chronic conditions such as diabetes, high blood pressure, and a number of other increasing health conditions. Now, if you look at just at road crashes or road collisions on this particular part of the country, it means that there is a need for a hospital right here in Belmopan for those persons who are casualties can have the efficient, safe care here. What I'm understanding, and I say this because to my mind it's what we refer to as white economy, where there's investment in health. When there's investment in health, it means that the population should be striving healthier because of the access that they have. Not just the population, but I can see that the institution being from a tertiary, being built from a tertiary concept, and within the whole arena of the University of Belize, it affords a greater population for our students who are in the various disciplines to be exposed to technology that will improve care. And most definitely, I know for sure there's less complexity in them having to have their practicum all the way in Carl-Hushner. Now, because it's a teaching institution and because the government is investing in this kind of level of care for Belizeans, there is greater opportunity for research. And research will most definitely provide in the health sector as well as in the economic sector the benchmark data that we really need as a country to continue to improve on the health statistics of our Belizean people. So overall, when you think about the investment that is being made, and yes, I hear the different concerns, I think the bigger picture is for us to start to appreciate that one tertiary institution is not sufficient for the geographical location where we're at right now as it relates to Carl-Hushner, the trends that are growing in our health disease indices, as well as the fact that the personnel that we need or the professionals that we need to put out into the working force have to be able to have the cutting edge knowledge and treatment using technology in order to have a safe delivery of health care. And so without reservation, I totally embrace this investment that we're doing as a country.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I will be very brief. I won't go down the road of that Senator Perifeet went down. In terms of the actual terms of the agreement, nothing, nothing in that line. What I wanted to talk to Madam President is more from the standpoint of utility. It had always worried me if there was a major hurricane, given Belize City's position being below sea level, and the way that hospital is built. And I've been there many times to visit family members. My mom was in there at one point, and I remember going in there many times to visit her. And it always worried me, given that it was the only public sector tertiary care institution in the country. And if there was a major disaster where there's a hurricane came into Belize City, such as Hattie or some of those, and the hospital would be submerged in water. I always wonder what would happen to the patients in that facility. And so, to me, it's welcome news that another facility is being built in a much higher location in Belmopan. I always felt that it was a bad idea that the hospital was built in Belize City the way it was, because I thought it was too low, and if a tidal wave came in, 10, 15 feet, I'm sure that it would have submerged much of that hospital, and it would really have put the persons who really need that care in a bad situation, and the evacuation and the logistics of that, I think, would have been terrible and put a lot of people's lives, especially people who are most vulnerable, in danger. And so I certainly welcome the move to have another tertiary institution in Belmopan, which is a lot higher than Belize City. I think that at 2%, Madam President, a bilateral loan like that, I don't think we can go very wrong. And I'm hoping that, all the oversight will be there to make sure that we get the maximum impact of what we're spending in that hospital, and that the care provided will be a lot better, so that people won't have to go to the Meridas and all of those places, and that perhaps we can also get some specialty care in there. I think of conditions such as rheumatoid, specialty services such as rheumatology, and some of those areas. A lot of people suffer from pain in Belize, and really I don't know that, I'm not aware that there's a specialist in that area in Belize. And so I'm hoping that we're not only talking about major facility in the capital, but also specialist care in some of those areas, which I think a lot of people suffer from, and will be able to provide better health care in those areas. That's my contribution, Madam President. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Bishop Alvin Bengoshe.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And perhaps maybe to begin with, to be able to indicate to us that as a Caribbean country, as we look at Belize, there are other countries that actually have gone ahead of us insofar as this area is concerned. And so there is some catching up that we will need to do insofar as our country is concerned, and primarily a facility that I would say, rightly so, will in some sense be managed by the university itself. It is an area that, as I said, where other countries have long gone ahead of us, whether it is Grenada or other countries. And I think I can also say Guyana. And so these are some countries that are already one step ahead of us, and so we're playing catching up insofar as the country is concerned. And while I have also taken note of what Senator Bennett has mentioned, that when we look at the geography of our country, and especially when it comes to emergencies in some areas, having to find our way up to Belize City can sometimes affect life. And so for that reason, this geographical location, especially here in Belmopan, would certainly facilitate and assist us in that area as a country. And while, as Senator Herrera has pointed out, I will not speak to the fine points of the loan agreement, I want to also say, Madam President, that I think it is important to take note of especially the direction in which the university is going at this time, that the university is stressing, I think, for the next 5 to 10 years, that research area that I think not only the university itself will benefit from, but other institutions, such as community colleges, etc., will be able to benefit from as they connect themselves to the university itself. And so that too must be borne in mind. And one of the areas that I think Senator Bennett, coming from the medical profession, being a nurse, is asking us to take note of, we are aware as a country that diabetes especially is one of those areas that has affected us as a country, and where possible, where we can have additional facilities such as this one to be able to address that kind of situation, I think we can only benefit as a country. And so, Madam President, I certainly would want to support what is before us today.
I recognize Senator Antonio Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I am just like Senator Herrera, but with a bad experience with the current tertiary level institution that we have. My father was hospitalized there about for a week, and then we had to take him out in a coma state. But what's so ironic, Madam President, is that we took him to a private institution, right? And guess what? It was the same doctors. The same doctors. No difference. You know what was the difference? $10,000 a day, Madam President. That was the difference. So when I come here with this $90 million loan for a tertiary level hospital here in Belmopan, I see it different. First, we should have mended the shells that we have already. Right? And you know what? My dad is alive. Same doctors, different institution, same nurses. But what's the difference, Madam President? You know what's the difference apart from money? Is the doctors have the facility, the environment. When you go to Carl Huchner, hot. Everybody takes a fan, man. It's inhuman. 90 million, we should have spread it across the country. Pastor Bengoshe said it better geographically. What happened to the people from Sarteneja, Chunush and Copperbank? How will they make it out here? Emergency, they're done. But if we better equip the Northern Regional Hospital, then we're doing something. I applaud the 90 million then. I would applaud it. Because you're equipping every hospital in this country with the basic needs. We're not even talking about all the sophisticated instruments and stuff, Madam President. We're talking about the basic needs. You hear that on the radio and social media every day, people crying. Let's go to, you know, in my area, they have the Sarteneja Health Post. They have the Chunush Polyclinic, which has been privatized, by the way, by Northern Plaza. Madam President, no longer, it's first used to be $250 for a consultation for the poor people, it's $20. And when you want an ultrasound, you got to go to Medical Plaza in Orange Walk, Madam President. Yes, you pay $8, but our money, government money, pays the rest. Then we have a health post in Caledonia, Nara. We have a health post in San Joaquin who is closed. So when we talk about geographically situated, we need not to only think about the city or about Belmopan. What about us, my brother from PG, right? All right? How long does it take to get here? And Madam President, let's not forget, yes, no, Senator Bennett, excuse me, but we have a nice road from the coastal that makes it easier now to get to the city. Just in case, the UDP road from the coastal makes it easy. So let's, for me, Madam President, it's about the social aspect of this loan. Nothing wrong with borrowing, Madam President, but we need to borrow right. I believe, and I strongly believe, that we should have invested this health care money into the existing institutions that we have that will benefit our people. And I talk exclusively from where I come from, because it takes a while to get to Belize City. And not anybody can afford it, the gasoline and everything, to get to the city, Madam President. We go to Orange Drug, the Corozal Hospital, but when you go there, there's no attention. You got to move. But one thing I will tell you guys, in Corozal, a lot of people are not complaining, Madam President. Why? Because we crossed the border for cheaper medical attention. Surgeries are cheaper there. People from Chunush, you can ask anybody, people from Chunush go to Little Belize. Little Belize. How can we buy Belize, Madam President, when it's so expensive? $10,000 a day, no? $10,000 a day. That is what it costs for us to bring back my father. $10,000 a day, and that's no lie, Madam President. The same doctors, what was the difference was the institution. So let's invest in what we have now. Are we going to create another shell? Are we going to create another institution that will have to go privately to be managed? Since our government cannot manage what we have today, Madam President, they cannot. It is proven fact. They cannot. And yet we're investing $90 million in a tertiary level hospital here in Belmopan. Now, one more thing. This weekend, a young lady from Caledonia struggling at the Northern Regional Hospital. Imagine going to beg house to house for a chicken to do a barbecue to get a CAT scan. It's not even at the Carl Hughes now. We have to go private. So why not invest in what we have? This is my point. I'm not against the loan. I am against to where it is being placed. Madam President, we have an opportunity to invest in the health care for the people of this country. You hear every time people in Merida. It's not cheap to go to Merida for chemo, radiation, Guatemala. You see it every time, right? We need to get it right this time, Madam President. There is time, and we can do it right. We need to have this 90 million at least distributed to what we have today. Let's stop the hustling, man. Let's invest in what we have. And that's my contribution for today, Madam President. Thank you very much.
Senator? Senator Herrera?
Oh, sorry.
I recognize Senator Bevinka.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I was just speaking to my good friend, Senator Perry Feet, at the back earlier, and I told him that I gave him a compliment a few weeks ago. There was someone who asked me if there was anyone who was somewhat credible in the UDP. And I thought really hard, because the way they are right now, Madam President, it's a difficult question that I was posed with. But, I mentioned the Honorable Senator because I thought he was a liar. He reads a lot. But what I forgot, Madam President, that he is also a person that cannot comprehend. And so I need to retract my statement to that individual, Madam President. Madam President, as I listened to Senator Herrera, Antonio Herrera, that is, when I heard his experience with his dad, like many of us Belizeans who had these issues when we go to these hospitals, and I was hoping with his experience, his bad experience that is, and the high cost of medical care in Belize, he would fully support this loan motion, but again, he's just contradicting himself. Madam President, Belize, like every other country in the world, is in no doubt have challenges when it comes to healthcare. And no matter how much money we invest in healthcare, Madam President, it's always going to be an issue because we always have more new diseases, sicknesses coming up, and COVID taught us that these few years. But Madam President, as a government, as leaders, this Britannia administration is tackling the health crisis in Belize head on. And again, this loan agreement is just one of that, Madam President. Again, what Senator Perifit did not read when he was reading the loan agreement, Madam President, was page 10. And for the benefit of Belizean people and for my friends on the other side, I'm going to read it if you allow me, Madam President. So I will refer them to page 10. And this is the description of the project, what the project actually entails, Madam President. So the project aims to establish a tertiary care hospital in Belmopan with a capacity of around 200 beds, as it will contribute to improving the health system in Belmopan by providing infrastructure. Listen, Senator Antonio Herrera. Modern medical equipment. That's what we need. That's what we just said. Integrated health services and training health cadres from students at the University of Belize. And again, there's an estimated 200,000 Belizean people that would benefit from this hospital, Madam President. And you know, what does this project consist? So part one is the civil and electromechanical works. So this will include, you know, building the hospital, again at the university campus, and supplying and installing electrical and medical systems for the hospital. Medical equipment and furnishing. This will include supply and installation of medical equipment and devices, as well as office furniture for the building. Consultancy services that they were elaborating on. This include the preparing and reviewing of detailed design, preparing tender documents for the project, and also looking for qualified contractors and supervising the implementation of the project. Again, Madam President, accountability is needed on both sides, from our side and also from where we're borrowing the project, the funds. Again, but part 5, Madam President, training, which is really important. We know that we have a shortage of staff, doctors, nurses in Belize, and this project is supporting that, Madam President. So part 5, it has training, and this includes training medical personnel on the devices, because we're introducing new technology and the health system of the hospital. This will be done, again, Madam President, during the construction phase of the project. So, again, my good friend Senator Perifit just went and looked for something that he can try to address and paint a bad picture of this loan agreement, Madam President, but he failed to really to get into the meat of the project. So, Madam President, adding to that, this 200 hospital, as you know, we're vulnerable to climate change, like Senator Herrera said earlier. Last year we had a Category 1 hurricane which affected us. Imagine having Category 2, Category 3 hurricane, Madam President. You know, we need to have a plan, and again, the vision of this hospital is to have that as an alternative to evacuate patients that are in KHMH or that are in Belize City to come to Belmopan on higher grounds, Madam President, just as was done in 1961 after Hurricane Hattie, when they moved the capital to Belize to now Belmopan. So again, Madam President, this is the vision of this government, because we know how vulnerable we are to climate change, and we need to build climate resilient infrastructure and have that plan ahead of us, Madam President. This will also serve as a university which will be able to have an environment that will foster and the learning and growth of present and future medical professionals, Madam President. Madam President, any right-thinking Belizean, especially for us in Western and Southern Belize, Like, Senator Herrera said earlier that from the south we have a lot of patients who seek the need of tertiary care, Madam President, but the travel distance from Punta Gorda to Belize City takes a lot. But reducing that travel distance to now Belmont, Madam President, will help the issue. It will save lives. And so with that said, Madam President, I fully support this loan motion.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 10.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize Senator Erica Jang.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, colleagues. I am happy to associate myself with this vision of the Briceño administration in, first of all, prioritizing healthcare. I see this partnership with Saudi as is open doors for additional education and development for our valuable resources. For example, nursing education, medicine, and anything involving allied health. This facility, Madam President, will serve as a critical facility for the University of Belize. And I believe that when it's done, it's going to create linkages and network with our brothers and sisters in the region. As an educator, I stand today to welcome the opportunity to create spaces for our best and brightest, as I am thrilled that this facility is bringing hope to our young people, especially those who wish to hone their interests in medicine and health. So, Madam President, I want to ask the skeptics and the detractors, at the very least, let's give this a chance. I know that it can work. So therefore, today I stand proudly in supporting the members on this side on this motion. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Eleanor Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, colleagues. Just a few comments. This motion before us, Madam President. I recognize that as a country we do need access to more tertiary care. I don't think that any of us would deny that. That is needed. I also understand the cost of such level of care that persons need. And it makes me think of the many times that I've seen the commercials from Galenia Hospital. And I think that's for a simple fact that many of our Belizeans go over there to access some of this care because of affordability. I listened as my colleagues shared their experiences that they've had at our own hospital. And it makes you wonder whether, in addition, Madam President, to looking at additional places, if you will, for tertiary care, if we ought not to also be putting some effort into ensuring that, at least for now, the KHMH would be better equipped to be able to provide services to our people. Now, I hear the concerns regarding distance and people having to travel. We've been doing it. We've had no choice because in the south we don't have much access, and we're aware of that. I can speak at least for Toledo. And the access that people have would not be for this level of care, and in all the areas for that matter. And so persons do have to travel to get to these other destinations. Again, while I hear the concern regarding, low-lying Belize City and Belmopan is higher grounds, yes, I do agree with that, and it is important that we pay attention to those things when we make decisions. But I will say again that though that may be a legitimate concern, I do believe that the wider concern of having this access in several areas, that would also, if the concern is to cut down on cost of travel, that will alleviate those costs as well. PG to Belmopan is not close, it's not near, so it still comes with a cost. But the other thing, Madam President, that concerns me is the affordability, whether our people would be able to afford tertiary care. In addition to all of these other costs that will come with them moving from wherever they are to here. I note my colleague spoke about the description on page 10. It says the project aims to establish a tertiary care hospital in Belmopan, and it tells you the capacity 150 to 200 beds, as it will contribute to improving the health system in Belmopan. Not in Belize, in Belmopan. By providing infrastructure, where the hospital will benefit approximately 200,000 citizens per year. I'm not sure in terms of the number, because when I think of 200,000 per year and I think about our population and we look at the percentage of that, how many persons out of our entire population we are assuming, expecting would be accessing this. It's a huge number in terms of, population-wise. It's a huge number for population. And I'm not sure whether the number here is in relation to what needs to happen in terms of, with this system, or it's just that we were looking at the number of persons that we know need to have the access to tertiary care. So for me, that's, while it's not surprising the number, I think it's should be concerning to us that has to be the number. Again, the access of our I am looking at what it says, 200,000 citizens per year, right? Right. So again, Madam President, when I look at the other aspect in terms of our students being able to access and being able to assist them in, being able to properly work their education and having that experience, that's
that's an important aspect. That's a good aspect of this project because our students will be able to have that access, that practice. So that is good for them. But we must, I think as we go through and we consider all that we would have seen in the documents, while we are allowing, we are affording, as was said before, all persons to have access. Again, we have to look at whether these persons who have access to the same level can afford. And finally, Madam President, while we may not be paying much attention to all of the details, I have to say that we always know that the devil is in the details. And so those little details are important because those details tell us what are our obligations, what will be happening, how this will function, and so those are very critical. So if it is that we are going to be providing better health care for our people, we must also pay keen attention to the affordability of our people so that what it is that we are trying to achieve will be achieved. We don't want to have a hospital there that persons cannot go to because they can't afford. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Chris Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. I start off by saying I truly appreciate the comments raised by all the senators. But at the same time, it is certainly perplexing, at least to me, that there would be any significant objection to an effort such as this. Before I get into this loan terms, I think it's important that there is a broader context and overall appreciation for the plan in healthcare by this administration. It's no secret what the experience has been over the years, and with the onset of this administration, it is a priority that we address healthcare services in Belize. That healthcare policy or that approach in healthcare speaks to the length and breadth of this country, not Belmopan or not Belize City, the whole country. And when we look at the whole country, we have issues at many levels. So it is part of that plan to look at developing clinics, building clinics throughout the country, from PG to Corozal. New clinics, because what's there right now, I don't know what kind of services we can truly expect. Kabe has been involved in that assessment and is in fact conducting the reviews as far as looking at what clinics they may be able to finance. They are doing assessment and analysis for Belmopan itself as well. And it may well be that the outcome of that work by Kabe will be utilized as part of this effort with this loan. We speak about KHMH and we speak about healthcare in general. But under this administration, it's also no secret that the NHI has been a centerpiece. The expansion of NHI from Corozal through Orange Walk now did not happen under the UDP administration. It's happening now under this administration, under the Briceño administration. What that has meant on a recurring basis is an increase of over 50% of the NHI budget. Under the UDP, we're around 17 million or less in NHI. Now we're over almost 30 million, 29.5 million. That's over 50% every year being spent on NHI for primary care. So on that level, there is emphasis, there is focus, and there is money, more money, a lot more money into primary care. As far as KHMH, the subvention from the government has increased by over 15%. So there is an effort on a recurring basis to expand and invest in improving health care in the country. This hospital, Belmopan Hospital project, is a part of that overall effort. This isn't a recurring expense. The countries, bilaterals and multilaterals, they don't lend you to go and spend money for recurring expenses. They lend money for capital projects, capital investment. So it's disingenuous to talk about, oh, we should have used the 90 million to go and pay salaries here or buy some equipment or pharmaceuticals there. That's totally disingenuous. What this gives us to is access to capital monies for capital investment, so that, as Senator Herrera spoke to, we improve the good Senator Herrera. As part of that overall context, not just about improving the delivery of health care, we have to appreciate our vulnerability as a small, open economy that is exposed to extreme climate events on a regular basis, on an ever-increasing frequency. It was a bit interesting that our business senator spoke to it, and I was expecting to hear it from our NGO senator. But yes, this is critically important. The impact of climate change, what we have to do as a country, as a government, to address that climate vulnerability. Senator Kevin Herrera spoke about the utility of having an alternative. The concern over extreme climate events like hurricanes, which are impacting us almost every year, sometimes more than once a year, and the inability of a 30-year-old institution to withstand anything more than a Hurricane 1 or a Category 1 hurricane. And then the concern over flooding. It's clear that that institution, built over 30 years ago, when the population was half the size of what it is now, is unable to provide the level of health care that the citizenry deserves. I think discussions have been raised and the point made about the West and the South, the access to health care for the West and the South in particular. But this is a tertiary care hospital for the entire country of Belize. It is a hospital that will be climate resilient. So it will provide not only services, but also redundancy for the very services that are being provided by the KHMH. Now, a lot of planning can be done to better allocate and more efficiently allocate what services may be provided in KHMH, what services may be provided in this hospital or elsewhere. All of that forms part of the equation. It is not simply about substitution or replacement. It is simply a cog in the wheel, a part of the overall health care or the delivery of health care to the country, to the citizenry. One of the deficiencies that has also been identified is personnel, the lack of personnel. We are experiencing that and have experienced that for however long. And so we import that labor, whether in form of doctors from Guatemala or Nicaragua. We have from many countries, nurses from Philippines or wherever they are coming from. So we already have that problem. So not only are we importing those personnel, but then we are also importing healthcare services when our own population goes to Mexico or Guatemala for healthcare. So what this project, this program affords us an opportunity to address that issue as well. As a university hospital, the development, as Senator Zhang spoke to, of a medical program at the University of Belize will enable us to educate our own people so that we can provide medical services to ourselves. So in every which way you look at it, this hospital project makes absolute sense. Now we come to the loan. As I mentioned, we've been having discussions with Kabe on an overall plan, but we can't get 2% money from Kabe. We can't get 2% money from World Bank, IDB, anybody else. Fixed interest rate. Even the United States is paying a higher interest rate right now on their treasury securities. So I have to say we express as a government our sincere appreciation for the relationship that we are developing with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And as a first indication of their commitment to our development, they have shown the willingness to provide development finance, concessionary development finance for healthcare service in Belize, as they have done with multiple countries in Africa and Asia, and I believe also now in the Caribbean as well. Senator Perfit spoke on legal matters, and I'm not sure if it's trying to capitalize on the notion of a squeaky wheel gets the oil. But really, there is nothing abnormal as to what he spoke to. In fact, when we look at or compared to other bilaterals or compared to even multilateral financing agreements. But I was surprised in terms of the reference to the schedule on the breakdown on payments. What is contingency? Contingency is not what you spend. Contingency is in the event that there is an increased cost, that you would be able to access monies held on contingency, or not dispersed, but available in the event of contingency. So the 18 million reals, or a little over 10%, that is what is available. There's nothing egregious about that. That is part of any construction contract arrangement. The ability to shift from one line item to the other is specifically for the events of contingency, so that monies from that contingency line item can be utilized for, let's say, the construction component. Equally well, consulting services, the reference to that line item, you could look at the next page and look at what that speaks to. What does consultancy services speak to? The detailed designs, preparing the tender documents, qualifying contractor and is supervising the implementation of the project. That means the architectural design, the engineering design, the supervising engineer, the project management of that project. That's consulting services. Again, that is a regular part of any project loan. So there's nothing unusual or egregious about any of this that he tries to present otherwise. Ultimately, though, I think all I would want to say in support, in giving my support for this effort, is this represent an important, a critical component of the overall healthcare policy and healthcare plan for this country. And at the same time, it also represents the building of a new and important relationship with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that, as has been indicated in the media, has already meant a second approval, an approval on a solar project, a game changer for this country, a solar project, 60 megawatt solar project that will take us in the direction of energy security and energy independence, while at the same time reducing materially the cost of power in this country using renewable energy. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Colette Bontejo.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I stand to 100% support this loan motion. It's a little disappointing for me when I listen to two-thirds of our colleagues over on the other side who try to find reasons not to support this loan motion. I'll take us back contextually in history to sort of lay the foundation for my support for this motion. August 17, 1998. This was 10 days before the August 27, 1998 general elections, where the People's United Party won 26 of 29 seats at that time. But a draft, a 500-page draft, and I don't normally, and I shouldn't normally do this, but we have the Minister of Health here, and welcome, Minister. But it's also important because at that time, a 500-page draft was presented to this nation where some 3.6 million, Senator Koi, was spent over the life of the 1993 to 1998 UDP government to conduct a study and the result of it was telling us something we already knew. Let me just quote a couple lines, Madam President, if I may. They said, health facilities and programs often managed by medical doctors without management or financial management training, inadequate supply of well-trained health professionals, especially medical specialists and managers. They spent $3.6 million to tell us, duh, we know that. Let me read another phrase. In terms of infrastructure, it was noted that what existed was old, dilapidated, poorly equipped, and poorly maintained. Duh. The health sector suffered from severe resource imbalances toward personnel and away from needed support costs, drugs, supplies, maintenance, etc. Come on. Did it? Listen, the UDP government, and Perez should have made it right there this zone, spent 3.6 million over 5 years to conduct a 500-page study to tell us what we already knew. So what happened? Let me fast forward to another study, again conducted by these guys, 2014 to 2024, called the Belize Health Strategic Plan. I'll quote just the first line, Madam President. Human resource for health. Belize faces, and that's just a subtopic, they said Belize faces shortages in many categories of healthcare providers, including nurses, specialists, and allied health professionals in particular. I won't even say how much was spent on this second one. We continue to spend money, at least at that time, and not addressing the core issue. I can recall when a hurricane was threatening Belize City. At that time, I was in administration at Belize Healthcare Partners. I've been in health administration for many years, Madam President. And we faced a serious crisis then as senators, Madam President. We may likely face in the event of another impending storm. Where do we take our critical care patients? At that time, I recall we had 4 patients in the ICU. All, and I refer to this with no excuse, all our current tertiary care facilities are located in Belize City as we speak right now. Belize Medical Associates, Belize City. Belize Healthcare Partners, Belize City. Carl Huchner Memorial, Belize City. All vulnerable to serious hurricane. Where do these patients go? Listen to then CEO Peter Allen, and I'll quote his words. The current Western Regional Hospital, which has served the new capital Belmopan since almost its inception, has reached its limit of usefulness.
When was that?
This was 2015. September 24th, 2015. He said, and I continue to quote, while the budget for the hospital has been well stretched, no amount of money, says the CEO, can disguise the hospital's fault. And this is why Belmopan will soon have a new regional hospital. Huh? September 2015. Where's the hospital? Where's that hospital? And it's not, listen, I'll go a little further. UNDP, United Nations Development Program, conducted a serious study on the healthcare system in Belize. Their finding, and their thing was that it was urgent that there be the construction of a national referral hospital in the Belize's capital, Belmopan. And they even advised that it be constructed within the Belize, within the UB campus. That it include a teaching component for medical students to train. So, here comes the John Briceño PUP administration, recognizing that not only the population of the West and the South Kayo, the estimates at the end of 2022, 108,000 people. Stan Creek, 48,000 people. Toledo, 42,000 people. Total, 200,000 people to be affected directly. But think about the 135,000 in Belize district in the case of a hurricane that are vulnerable. All right? Now for the people of Kayo, I can speak for them. I made Kayo home for many years, still does, at times. When you ask anybody, their loved one is transported from, and this is a system set up again, transported from Benkeveo to San Ignacio Polyclinic. They need additional care. They are transported from San Ignacio Polyclinic to Western Regional. They need additional care. They are transported to Carl Huchner Memorial. That's the referral system. Same thing for the South. Same thing for the North. That's a system. But when you ask anybody out west or down south, your loved one needs to go to Belize City. That's the scariest moment. Because it's not just the fact that they are going to Carl Huchner Memorial Hospital. That's not even in the context. It's going to Belize City. Look at the casting. Where do you stay? That's one. Two, how do you access your basic needs? Because food, etc. Listen, man, if you haven't lived it, and when I listen to Shine Barrow talk or any of them body over there, I know they lose it. I know. And this, Madam President, is beyond any political party. When I hear Carl Huchner Memorial Union talk, I know they lose it because whenever there's a storm, everybody has to get out. And where will you go? Belmopan Regional does not have it. It doesn't. That's why I tell you when we were at BHPL, it was like mercy. We tried to contact Loma Luz to see if we could set up something. It's a headache. And unless you live it, you don't know it. Because when you have patients in critical care, just to move them is a headache. Where to put them to access that level of care is another headache. And here we have an opportunity, and we are still discussing whether we should support this or not. All the experts that have conducted every study have said that we need a solid tertiary care inland. Madam President, let me quote, and I have to quote this because this is wisdom. Our Prime Minister said, and I'll just use 2 lines from his deliberation. We have to be strategic in what we're doing. Carl Huchner has reached probably its max. It doesn't have much space to expand. The idea is for us to build a new hospital in Belize, probably in the Lake Eyre area. Now, he went on to speak about our people needing this care in the South and the Kaya district, etc. But he also said, God forbid that we have a serious hurricane and we have to move patients from Carl Huchner and we have to shelter them in Belmopan with the necessary facilities to look after them. Karhushna needs help. Yes. They need more equipment. Yes. They need more. Yes. All of that. And that's why, like Senator Chris said, we are looking at Kabai, and the Prime Minister referred to that. All these medical facilities, and the Minister of Health will be the first to acknowledge, all our facilities need help. All. Is this new? No. These guys knew this back in 2008. They knew this. What did they do? Nothing. After all the Petro-Carib money, still nothing. This People's United Party administration, getting a hospital built on San Pedro, very needed. Getting a hospital, tertiary care built in Belopan, extremely needed. Improving healthcare across this country, improving NHI, extremely needed. This PUP administration has always proven, as it relates to healthcare, that we are visionary. And therefore, Madam President, I advise our friends, put the politics aside. Look at the needs of the people. And yes, Senator Elena, we understand in respective to care and the cost of care. And that's one of the reasons why the National Health Insurance Policy was put in place by this People's United Party administration. Primary, secondary, and some tertiary care will be covered by the National Health Insurance for those who cannot afford it. That's vision. And that is why I proudly support this motion. And Madam President, I will continue to encourage the Minister of Health, the Ministry of Health, to keep up the good work that they are doing and to improve healthcare in this country.
Madam President, in winding up the debate on this motion, I start by unreservedly condemning in the strongest possible terms the utterances that fell from the mouth of Senator Perofit. I condemn his Islamophobia. To stand in this Senate, an honorable house, and mock the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia is wrong. To stand in this house and to speak about the president of the Organization of Islamic Conference, a distinguished excellency, an ambassador of many years standing from the Republic of Chad, to call him to question his integrity about appointing an arbitrator is racism and Islamophobia in the worst possible way. Senator Perofit criticized the Saudis, but I signed it last year in New York. Less than a year, established diplomatic relations with Saudi Arabia. They gave us a grant of $3 million, a loan for a tertiary care and learning hospital in less than a year, approved financing for a solar plant in less than a year, 60 megawatts. And he has the audacity to come in here and act in a racist and Islamophobic way is to be condemned, Madam President. That is not the way you speak about your development partners, but that is the UDP way. You know what it is? When I listen to him, Senator Bennett, and I know you have your medical training, I realize he have one UTI. I don't know what kind of treatment to give for this. One uninformed talker infection. He have one UTI. he is an uninformed talker. What kind of nonsense is it to stand in this Senate and to oppose the creation of the first serious tertiary care training and educational institution? Listen to Senator Bengoshe, a man who has traveled and worked and lived in the Caribbean, and say that we are catching up. We are behind the times. The Ministry of Health is struggling to keep our hospitals and clinics properly staffed because countries in the developing world are recruiting our professionals and taking them from Belize and from our institutions. And so, by way of deliberate policy, by way of vision, this government decides that we will now train our Belizean people. We will have tertiary care training for our Belizeans. And the UDP stand up in here and condemn that. As the Ministry of Health has said, it is envisioned that this hospital will become an enabling environment for the next generation of medical professionals, foster an atmosphere of learning and growth, and will be a huge source of inspiration not only for doctors and nurses, but also for medical laboratory technicians, pharmacists, and other allied health personnel. That is what this resolution, this motion is about, Madam President. We say Belizeans first. We say invest in Belizean human capital. We say develop doctors, nurses, and all allied technicians, laboratories, pharmacists. We make no apology for it. That is our vision. That is our plan. And we thank the Saudis for supporting that vision. Now, the man with the UTI went through the agreement, and, you know, if you would only wait and listen to more sober and more carefully thought out presentations like Senator Herrera and Senator Bengoshe, both of them said they're not going into the meat of this thing. But there's a saying about only into, how you go? Only fools. Madam President, Senator Perafit has a problem. It started at section 3.03 of the agreement. Senator Corey said he's a nice person, and he is. And so he only referred to it. The borrower shall cause the executing agency to employ qualified and experienced Saudi consultants or joint venture of Saudi Belize consulting offices acceptable to the fund in order to assist in the project tendering and supervision and execution of the project. The borrower shall cause the executing agency to employ Saudi materials and supplies and contractors acceptable to the fund upon terms and conditions satisfactory to the fund. Every single development financial institution from any and every country that makes loans available say, 1, give priority to equipment and services available from my country. I am making the money available to you. Give priority to my country. If it can't be found here, we'll find it somewhere else. Senator Perafit knows that, but he wants to pretend that something is wrong with this type of provision. Every loan agreement that we have brought here have similar type of provisions. You want to get aid from the Americans, you have to buy Ford truck. You want to get aid from the Koreans, you have to buy Hyundai and Kia vehicles. You have to, if you are providing the loan, your businesses in your country have to get the first priority. There is nothing unusual about this type of arrangement, and Senator Perafit knows that and should know better to come in here suggesting that something is wrong with it. The fact that their experts will come here and will pay for it out of the money. We have a limit of 1.5 million on that. What's wrong with that? Worst of all, he was critical, Madam President, of the immunities that appear at section 4.05, 4.06, 4.07. When I say he's uninformed, I mean it. I just took a simple, quick look at the existing law in this country. Let's start with the Caribbean Development Bank, an institution that we, Belize, are a member of and that has provided hundreds of millions of loans to this country over the years. Do they enjoy immunity in Belize, Madam President? You hear her? That when you write the document, you can't get the document, and I have freedom of information and I must get the document. Let me read what the law of Belize says about FUI Caribbean Development Bank. Article 51, Chapter 264 of the Laws of Belize, Caribbean Development Bank Act. I don't know if you'll be able to find it. The archives of the bank and in general, all documents belonging to it held by it shall be inviolable wherever located. Look under the International Financial Organizations Act of Belize, the next chapter, 265, I believe it is, whatever the chapter. The same thing applies to the World Bank, the same thing applies to the IMF, the same thing applies to the IDB. But he wants to go on as if there is something strange that is being applied to another development fund. Article 49 in relation to the Caribbean Development Bank. The bank shall enjoy immunity from every form of legal process except in cases arising out of or in connection with the exercise of the powers to borrow money. The bank shall have an office in Belize, etc. The bank and its property and assets, wheresoever located and by whomsoever held, shall be immune from all forms of seizure, attachment, or execution before the delivery or final judgment against the bank. The property and assets of the bank, wheresoever located and by whomsoever held, shall be immune from search, immune from requisition, immune from confiscation, immune from expropriation, or any other form of taking or foreclosure by executive or legislative decision. The assets, Madam President, the same thing applies to the assets. The point I am making very simply, Madam President, that the uninformed talker knows very well that all development banks operating in Belize have these immunities and privileges. There is nothing unusual about it applying to the Saudi Development Fund. This is routine, this is usual, and this is a part of our law already. And the final thing he didn't read, Madam President, and I will end here, is section 402. The borrower shall cause the executing agency to maintain the project in accordance with the proper engineering standards and shall provide the necessary funds thereof in its annual budget. The borrower shall cause the executing agency to furnish the fund as and when required a program of the said maintenance. This is important. $90 million is being borrowed, Belize dollars, Madam President. And critical to that is the obligation of Belize to provide in its fund, in its budget, funds for maintenance of this tertiary institution. Stepping back and asking ourselves, is this in the public interest of Belize? Is this in the interest of the Belizean people? Is this in the interest of the sick, wounded, and those in need of care in Belize? The only answer for any patriotic Belizean is unreservedly and unquestionably yes, Madam President. I support this loan. I support the tertiary institution. I support the Ministry of Health and Wellness and its professionals. And I support the University of Belize in the execution of this project. And we thank the Saudis for joining hands with Belize in developing our healthcare sector. I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize to finance a tertiary hospital in the Belmopan area, approves and confirms that the government of Belize may enter into a loan agreement with the Saudi Fund for development on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan motion and all documents associated therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Standing Order 71-4 of the Senate Standing Orders provides that a joint select committee may be appointed at the request of either House with the approval of the other House, and whereas Standing Order 65 of the Senate Standing Orders provides that the Senate may refer matters relating to standing orders to the Standing Orders Committee for consideration and report, and whereas Standing Order 82-1 of the Senate Standing Orders requires that notice of a motion to amend the Standing Orders be given and accompanied by a draft of the proposed amendments, and whereas the need for a collaborative forum for all women parliamentarians of Belize, notwithstanding party affiliation or the chamber in which they serve, has been identified, and whereas such forum may facilitate networking, foster productive dialogue on issues of women's rights and gender equality, and promote the undertaking of actions to positively impact the inclusiveness of the legislative process and the country as a whole. And whereas there has been a consensus among women parliamentarians that this forum be established as a bicameral caucus of women parliamentarians, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House recommends that the Senate Standing Orders be amended to allow for such caucus to be established as a joint select committee in accordance with Standing Order 71 of the Senate, to sit jointly and similarly and with a similarly comprised committee from the House of Representatives annexed hereto, which is to be tabled as sessional papers number 59/1/14, and be it resolved that this motion be referred to the Standing Orders Committee of the Senate for consideration and report. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members,
Well, this should be referred to the yes, committee.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Standing Orders Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Madam President, I seek the indulgence of the Honorable Senate to have this motion be taken through all its stages today.
Honorable members, the question is that the motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas a protocol amending the Marrakesh Agreement establishing the World Trade Organization Agreement on Fisheries Subsidies, hereinafter referred to as this agreement, was adopted in Geneva by the 12th Ministerial Conference on 17 June 2022, and whereas the agreement seeks to promote sustainable marine fisheries by disciplining harmful fisheries subsidies by prohibiting subsidies to illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, to the fishing of overfished stocks, and to fishing on unregulated high seas. And whereas the agreement also seeks to prohibit members from granting or maintaining subsidies for fishing and fishing-related activities in the areas of the high seas that are outside the competence of regional fisheries management organizations, and commits members to exercise special care and restraint when granting subsidies to vessels not flying that member's flag, and to exercise restraint when considering subsidies for fish stocks whose status is unknown. And whereas the government of Belize is desirous of accepting the protocol amending the Marrakesh Agreement, establishing the World Trade Organization Agreement on Fisheries Subsidies, pursuant to paragraph 3 of the protocol, and whereas Section 61A(2)(a) of the Belize Constitution, as amended by the Belize Constitution 6th Amendment Act No. 30 of 2008, provides that the Senate shall authorize the ratification of any treaty by the government of Belize. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the government of Belize to accept the protocol amending the Marrakesh Agreement, establishing the World Trade Organization Agreement on Fisheries Subsidies, and all other documents associated therewith.
I recognize Senator Janelle Tanona.
Thank you, Madam President. We would... I'll refer you both to the Standing Orders Committee.
Senator Janelle Tanona, I know I need to remind these both gentlemen of Standing Order 40, but I won't because they ought to know. So I'll ask you to proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. We would only take this opportunity to highlight that Belize should be able to use its position under this agreement to look at, I think, a recommendation long-standing that there should be a clear definition of who or what is a developed country or a developing country, so that if there are any subsidies or benefits to be gained from one status, that it is not allowed to continue to be a self-designating role. We also highlight, again, another long-standing recommendation that under the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the Paris Agreement, there has been a long-standing call for reforming fossil fuel subsidies, which are currently being accused of wasteful usage. So we would only highlight that to the government on the WTO agreement. Thank you.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas the Multilateral Environmental Agreement, the Minamata Convention on Mercury, hereinafter called the Mercury Convention, was adopted on 10 October 2013 and entered into force on 16 August 2017. And whereas the objective of the Mercury Convention is to protect human health and the environment from anthropogenic emissions and releases of mercury and mercury compounds through inter alia, a ban on new mercury mines, the phase-out of existing ones, the phase-out and phase-on of mercury use in a number of products and processes, control measures on emissions to air and or releases to land and water, and the regulation of the informal sector of artisanal and small-scale gold mining. The Mercury Convention also addresses interim storage of mercury and its disposal once it becomes waste, sites contaminated by mercury, and health issues. And whereas the government of Belize is desirous of acceding to the convention pursuant to its Article 30, and whereas Section 61A(2)(a) of the Belize Constitution, as amended by the Belize Constitution 6th Amendment Act No. 13 of 2008, provides that the Senate shall authorize the accession to any treaty by the government of Belize. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the government to accede to the Mercury Convention, a full text of which is here to attach.
I recognize Senator Janelle Tanona.
We rise to support this, the ascension of this. We highlight that consumption of mercury is also very important in relation to seafood, the consumption of top-level predators, and we call out that recent research has shown that microplastics increase mercury presence as a bioconcentration in both the gills and liver of seafood. So we highlight that more information locally, nationally should also play into our work on this so that citizens are aware of mercury as a health hazard.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I move that whereas the framework agreement on technical cooperation between the Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the Government of Belize was signed by authorized representatives of the aforementioned governments on the 3rd April 2023, and whereas the agreement shall serve to strengthen relations and promote and expand the scope of technical cooperation between the Republic of China, Taiwan, and Belize, and whereas the Government of Belize is desirous of ratifying the agreement pursuant to Article 10 of the agreement, and whereas Section 61A2A of the Belize Constitution, as amended by the Belize Constitution 6th Amendment Act No. 13 of 2008, provides that the Senate shall authorize the ratification of any treaty by the Government of Belize. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the Government of Belize to ratify the framework agreement on technical cooperation between the Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the Government of Belize, with the full text of which is attached here too.
Honorable members, the motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I move that whereas the agreement for the establishment of a partnership agreement between the states of the Caribbean Community and the African Export-Import Bank, the Afrexim Bank, was adopted in Bridgetown, Barbados, and entered into force on the 1st September 2022, and whereas the objective of the agreement seeks to promote cooperation, support, and assistance of all types and nature to enable the promotion and financing of South-South trade between African countries and member states of the Caribbean Community, and whereas the Government of Belize is desirous of acceding to the agreement pursuant to Article 5.1 and Article 526 of the agreement thereof, and whereas Section 61A2A of the Belize Constitution, as amended by the Belize Constitution 6th Amendment Act No. 13 of 2008, provides that the Senate shall authorize the ratification of any treaty by the Government of Belize. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the Government of Belize to accede to the agreement for the establishment of a partnership agreement between the states of the Caribbean Community and the African Export-Import Bank, a full text of which is hereto annexed.
Honorable members, the motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Announcement by the President.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the motion for the establishment of the Women's Parliamentarian Caucus Standing Committee 2023 passed this day. Standing Orders number 651 states that the Standing Orders Committee shall have the duty of considering from time to time and reporting on all such matters relating to standing orders as may be referred to it by the Senate. I therefore suspend the sitting to enable the Standing Orders Committee to examine, consider, and report back to the Senate on the motion. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Standing Orders Committee has concluded its business.
Presentation of report from committee.
I recognize the Honorable Vice President on behalf of the Chairperson of the Standing Orders Committee.
Madam President, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number 66, stroke 1, stroke 14, report from the Standing Orders Committee on the motion for the establishment of the Women's Parliamentarian Caucus Standing Committee 2023. Madam President, if you will allow me just a couple of words. I'd like to, on behalf of the Standing Orders Committee, congratulate all the women involved in formulating this caucus, first of its kind in Belize. Congratulations to all, and please allow me also to congratulate Senator Janelle Chanona, who is the first chair of the Women's Parliamentary Caucus.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business, motion.
Madam President, I move with your permission not to repeat the recitals. I move, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House recommends that the Senate's standing orders be amended to allow for such caucus to be established as a joint select committee in accordance with Standing Order 71 of the Senate to sit jointly with a similarly comprised committee from the House of Representatives annexed hereto, which is tabled as sessional paper number 59, stroke 1, stroke 14.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House recommends that the Senate's standing orders be amended to allow for such caucus to be established as a joint select committee in accordance with the Standing Order 71 of the Senate to sit jointly with a similarly comprised committee from the House of Representatives as proposed in the draft statutory instrument annexed hereto, which is tabled as sessional paper number 59, stroke 1, stroke 14. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to refer the second reading of the Extradition Bill 2023 to a further date.
Honorable members, the question is that the second reading of the Extradition Bill 2023 be deferred. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Act number 14 of 2021 to repeal and replace the definition of relevant period so as to end the increment freeze imposed on certain persons appointed to hold a public office at the 31st of March 2023 instead of March 31st, 2024, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize Senator Eleanor Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. I am sure that the public officers and teachers I will not say fully satisfied yet, but are satisfied that we have reached the point where, we are able to start receiving our increments, our well-deserved, well-earned increments, Madam President. I know it has been, it's been a difficult 2 years, having to work with less, doing the same work but getting less for the work that we've done. And so while we are quite grateful that this has come ahead of when it would have been expected to be completed, no? It said up to 3 years, and we are here now before the 3 years. The only thing I want to add, Madam President, is just a reminder that as unions, as we continue to have our discussions on these matters, that the government side remembers that there's a promise, if you will, and I will not say undertaking, because of our experience the last time around, but there has been a promise. Yes, there was undertakings given to us, and those undertakings have not yet been, they have not yet come to fruition. So I will be very cautious with that word. However, we will still hold the government to account for those undertakings. We won't put it outside. But just to say that, in addition to the reinstatement, Madam President, of, as I said before, what has already been earned, we just want to remind the government side, the government team, that there is still the continued negotiations on the fulfillment of us getting back those lost increments. Because as you all would know, the loss from the increments is far bigger than the loss from the 10% cut. Because when we look at the number of years that you would have lost all of these monies up to the point of retirement, it's quite a bit. And so we have been promised, it has been mentioned in the House, that this government would ensure that we are giving back those increments, the 2 that we lost, plus the one that the other government, that the opposition government took away from us. So we are fully awaiting those discussions, Senator. We are awaiting those discussions so that we can conclude that for our members, so that they can, again, once more be able, Madam President and colleagues, to receive what is rightfully ours and to be able to just live a little bit more with less burden, knowing that what is ours will be given to us. So we look forward to those discussions and concluding those and being able to finally say that we are up to par with our increments as they should be. Thank you.
Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Act, Act number 14 of 2021, to repeal and replace the definition of relevant periods so as to end the increment freeze imposed on certain persons appointed to hold a public office as at March 31st, 2023, instead of March 31st, 2024, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Act, Act number 14 of 2021, to repeal and replace the definition of relevant period so as to end the increment freeze imposed on certain persons appointed to hold a public office as at March 31st, 2023, instead of March 31st, 2024, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I seek your permission to treat the next 7 bills together.
Permission so granted.
Much obliged. Madam President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Credit Unions Act, Chapter 314 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to provide for the Chief Executive Officer, Senior Executive Officer, and members of the Board of Directors, Supervisory Committee, and Credit Committee to be fit and proper, to provide for publication of sanctions at the discretion of the Central Bank of Belize, to provide for credit unions to comply with all requirements of the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to provide for the exchange of information between financial supervisors, to allow for reinforcement of the central bank to ensure financial institutions comply with AML, CFT, CPF international standards, and to avoid any real or perceived conflicts of interest, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Act, Chapter 263 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to provide for the operational independence of a central bank, to have full discretion to take actions and decisions on supervised banks and banking groups, to provide for the publication of sanctions for non-compliance at the central bank's discretion, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. I move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the International Banking Act, Chapter 267 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to align the definition of shell bank with definition in the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Act and the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to prohibit the licensing of shell banks, to provide for publication of sanctions for compliance at the discretion of the Central Bank of Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. I move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Moneylenders Act, Chapter 260 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to increase the central bank's effectiveness in supervising moneylenders by enabling publication of enforcement actions, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. I move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with respect to laws regarding national anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. I move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the National Payment Systems Act, Chapter 26601 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to provide that payment service providers and agents are licensed or registered to operate, to sanction the operation without a license of registration of payment service providers and agents, to provide for the publication of sanctions for non-compliance by payment service providers and agents, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, these 7 bills, as the Honorable Senate is aware, are brought before the Senate today in order to comply with the deadline for the recommendations proposed or given to us by the Financial Action Task Force. In different ways, they seek to strengthen the regulatory environment in Belize for the countering of money laundering and the financing of terrorism and proliferation. They seek to give powers to the central bank as the regulator of the financial sector to publish its decisions in terms of sanctions on financial institutions and related entities. They also seek to create more autonomy in the central bank to assist with the ensuring that the central bank operates in an autonomous way to reduce the potential for conflicts of interest, and when it comes to money lenders and payment system, to ensure that they are registered and regulated. In short, Madam President, these bills seek to improve governance and to strengthen the regulators. We wish that we did not have to do it under such of a time crunch, but I hope the Senate will understand the deadlines which we face. In closing, Madam President, I mentioned that the director of the FIU is here again in the event senators wish clarification.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfit.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I completely understand the need for the different pieces of legislation. Most of them are pretty straightforward, standard for the countries who are adopting these types of legislation. I want to congratulate FATF, the Financial Action Task Force. It's the only body that's been able to get the PUP to pass legislation to reduce ministerial power. I have to congratulate them for that. But Madam President, with all this new scrutiny that will be coming on the Belizean people and Belizean businesses to a large extent, I just think it's important for us to make very clear to the Belizean public, the business public to be more precise, that they need to get ready. Now, if you don't have anything to hide, then naturally with these pieces of legislation, you have nothing to worry about. However, it doesn't mean that people won't be put to some inconvenience. People will be inconvenienced. And Senator Cowie, I know this being a finance sector legislation, you understand fully well that people will not just be inconvenienced in being questioned for information and the like, but people will be inconvenienced due to increased costs. There is no way the central bank will be asking me certain questions or telling me, Mr. Perfit, you own a shop or you own a supermarket or something to that effect, and the central bank has some very serious personal questions for you. There is no way I'm going there, Madam President, without a lawyer. There is no way that I am going to subject myself to anything like that without making sure I'm properly advised, which means that the cost for doing these things will come up. And I see something in here that maybe Mrs. Sigeri can expand on us. But let me just give you an example, Madam President. Like I said, if you're not hiding anything, then you have nothing to worry about. But it's still very... Look at, for example, the proposed amendment to the Central Bank of Belize, the amendment bill at 1H, page 5. It says, where in accordance with subsection 1B, the Central Bank is satisfied that assistance should be provided pursuant to a request by a foreign regulatory authority, and that the request is in relation to information which is in the possession or under the control of a person in Belize. The Central Bank may, by notice in writing served on such person, or I think this is a typographical error, but on such person, the specified person, or I guess it could stand, require the specified person to furnish it with such information as the Central Bank may require with respect to any matter relevant to inquiries to which the request relates. So you will have now these foreign entities asking the Central Bank to ask us for information that may be in our possession. Now, when you do business, especially if you engage in partnerships and companies, you have obligations, fiduciary obligations to other people within your company. You have to be aware. You have to be able to balance between what you're allowed to reveal and what you are required to keep secret. And I know the different acts do make allowances for privileged documents to be revealed, and I'm sure it works better for the lawyers who, by the nature of the profession, we're not allowed to reveal certain things about our clients or any discussion that we have. But I see all of that to say that this will be very, very intrusive. It will be very, very intrusive. And when you become intrusive, people will have to protect themselves. Now, it may require the specified person or any of its officers, servants, or agents to attend before the Central Bank. at a specified time and place and answer questions on oath, or otherwise furnish any information in respect to any matter relevant to the inquiries. And where documents, look at 1G, Madam President, nothing in this section shall require the disclosure or production by a person of information or documents which he would be entitled to refuse to disclose or produce on the grounds of legal professional privilege in proceedings in Belize. Yes, I mentioned that there is this protection, but how do you determine what is privilege, what is not privilege? I mean, that is something that most people, they are busy running their businesses. They're busy running their businesses. They're not lawyers nor want to be lawyers. They just want to be business people. And so what this will cause, Madam President, I repeat, is an increase in the investment for legal advice. And that, Madam President, should be considered. And I will get to a section that I hope covers it. 1L says in this section, documents includes information recorded in a form and in relation to information recorded otherwise and in legible form. The power to require its production includes power to require the production of a copy of it in legible form. I mean, in any form. So if I have it on my phone, or the central bank can require me to show them my phone, my personal information, and I know that there is the protection of so-called confidentiality. But I think it's just important for the Belizean people to understand that once these bills pass, the level of privacy that you once enjoyed will be gone. There will be no more privacy if some foreign regulatory body requires the central bank to get information from you of a personal nature, even if it relates to according what the foreign regulatory body wants. And of course, the central bank has a standard. They have a criteria by which they can determine whether or not they want to provide that information. I understand all of that. But Madam President, we hardly ever refuse. We will follow what our friends request us to get. We often do, that's a fact. And we just have to be careful that this price of the lack of privacy will be worth it going forward. I have here the International Banking Act. And it says here at 1E on page 4. The central bank may, of course, decline to exercise the powers conferred by subsection 1B. So you may request information from them, and they may say no, unless the foreign regulatory authority undertakes to make such contributions towards the costs of the exercise as the central bank considers appropriate. Madam President, I am hoping that the input of the word costs there that the central bank can consider to be appropriate would extend to covering some basic costs, to cover some basic relief to the person. I would hope the central bank would tell these foreign regulatory bodies, look, every time I pull in this person and ask them questions, they have to lawyer up. You can't blame them for that. You will have to provide in your request not just the cost for the central bank to carry out this exercise, but a minimum cost of maybe $1,000 or $1,500 to the person who we have to bring into question, especially if you're not. I was just about to say, sir, that covers barely 20 minutes for you, but at least it is something that the person who is, Madam President, you know, I've been a part of, because under the current MLAT, when these people from Slovenia, Russia, or whatever, they're investigating something that has to do with an agent or a person registered in a Belize company, under our law, the magistrate or the AG's ministry can summon that person to come before the magistrate's court and answer questions. And it is good business for the lawyers. I won't lie, because then they come to you and they want advice and they want you to accompany them to the magistrate's court. But it comes at a cost to these people, and I think that that's just not fair. I think if these foreign regulatory bodies are going to be providing costs to get information from people, then it cannot just be that it will be the central bank costs that they are covering. I think they need to also undertake to cover the costs for the people who are being summoned before the central bank and question, who have to bring attorneys, especially those people who you're not saying that they have committed any crime, you know. Because Bishop, they could summon you on behalf of your church, then let's say you commit no crime. But if the governor of the central bank says, Bishop, we need you to come in here and answer some questions, we need to see ABC, it is right for you to say, well, Mr. Governor, me I bring a lawyer, you know, because me don't know. And then that comes at a cost. That comes at a cost. And who is going to cover your costs simply for asking you for information and you haven't done anything? I just hope that when you mention costs here, Madam President, that it would extend to costs. It's just like when you go and you get an injunction or some sort, you as the person seeking the injunction in the court has to give an undertaking as to costs. If you want a person to stop a certain thing without even proving they've done anything wrong, you have to pay them and cover their costs in the event that you were wrong for stopping them. And so, with this level of intrusion, Belizean people, buckle up, your privacy is gone. It looks like it's required. We can't help it. We have to do it. We have to pass it. But at the same time, let's just hope, Madam President, that this increase of cost to doing business will not be borne by the businesses, and worse, not by the consumers. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator? Senator Burke. I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'd like to limit my comments to the Central Bank of Belize Amendment Bill 2023. In my view, Madam President, what we're doing here, and I like Senator Perifit, I understand the need for it, and I understand why we're doing all these amendments today. I think that has been very clear. But what is also very clear, especially with respect to the Central Bank of Belize Amendment Bill, is it seems like we're signing a blank information check. I went through the bill very closely, Madam President, and I don't see any criteria required to provide this information. There's no requirement for reasonable suspicion or reasonable cause for information. And so we live in a democratic society, and sometimes in democracies people take different positions. Some of those positions may be extreme, some may be moderate, mainstream, what have you. I would like for these amendments to be weaponized against the citizens of Belize. We've seen it in the past from a country standpoint, where Belize takes a certain position and then we see that we're blacklisted or something in another area, Madam President. And so I'm saying that can also happen to citizens taking various positions, exercising our constitutional and democratic rights. And then there's an investigation without any reasonable cause. And that part of it worries me. Especially from a business standpoint, where we're involved in running our businesses every day, and then we get broadsided by an investigation that may not even be warranted. But like what Senator Perifit said, because it seems like we're guilty until proven innocent, we have to go through all types of expenditures, processes, get all the type of expert advice, whether those are accountants or legal personnel, to assist us in this process. I would have at least liked some safeguard in this bill, Madam President, where there should be reasonable cause to request this type of information, and I'm not seeing it in the bill. So perhaps when we hear from the government side, that perhaps it would be good if we could at least add some safeguard in there, like what I mentioned. There should be some reasonable, some criteria, some reasonable cause by which this information is requested. It can't be just that we have a blank information check, and so you can just use it to harass citizens. Use it to harass citizens, to scrutinize citizens wrongfully. And the way it seems right now, Madam President, the bill can be, what we're passing today can lead to that in the future. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chinono.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll echo the identification or the recognition of the need. I just wanted to call out, we had some, in looking at the 7 together, so I appreciate looking at these together. Just, I would say some, I don't want to call them inconsistencies, but some of the amendments focus on removing ministerial discretion, but for instance, at the law revision, it's the minister's sole opinion to determine whether revision. I'm just calling out that that doesn't seem consistent with this. The minister would benefit from the interim. I didn't see it in the Parent Act. Oh, I apologize. Central Bank Act. I don't see where the, for instance, the code, to Senator Herrera's point in terms of the triggering, but also that the code requiring director, governor, and bank employees conflict. We noted, I don't know if this already exists somewhere. I didn't see it in any anything posted online, and it wasn't shared. If it doesn't exist, is there a time frame for the code? Who will police this? Will it be Financial Secretary, Ministry, Public Services Commission? Just to say that I think it's been made clear that with all the FATF requirements, changes that we have to make to our local laws, that it will not only be for it to be passed, but also to be enforced. So just trying to think in terms of implementation of it as well. And just to reemphasize the point on the domestic banks, we did notice that I think to benefit the recommendations as opposed to just the act of the ministerial discretion. So just to call out that that consistency and that need to follow through on who will be doing the monitoring and the enforcement of the changes, the amendments that we'll be making, so that they actually happen and are not just stated. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Chris Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. I think we could keep it concise here. We, as leader of government, business highlighted the importance and the appreciation by all the senators, the importance of getting all these legislation amended, enacted in a way that will meet the FATF 40 recommendations, given that we are in the midst of a mutual evaluation for anti-money laundering, countering the financing of terrorism and proliferation financing. The seriousness of it is simply we've already experienced before, the impact of an adverse assessment being the countermeasures that can be made as against our country. The result of that being, as an example, the loss of correspondent banking, Belize having lost 80% of its correspondent banking relationships from that last review, and the impact that that has on everyone, not only the banking system, but all of us, because to the extent that we engage in any kind of activity with countries from abroad, any imports that we have, that is trade, any international activity that requires money, involves correspondent banking at its core. So to that extent, this is that serious. This impacts all of us. That said, some of these obligations can and are difficult, challenging, onerous, and can have costs. Senator Perfit highlighted the central bank provisions, section 1H. I think you did two, 1H and then 1E in international. So, right. And there's no doubt that both will impact on costs. It's not something that can be avoided. That's compliance. That has been building as part of our obligations so far as compliance is concerned when it comes to AML, CFT, and CPF. In the case of the central bank amendment, and in a sense this also applies in the case of the domestic banking DBFIA amendment and the IBA amendment, is there are checks. There are checks when Senator Kevin Herrera spoke to the concerns about reasonable suspicion or reasonable cause. There are some checks that are already in place. In the case of, for example, the Central Bank of Belize amendment, first and foremost is that any inquiry for disclosure of information has to be strictly limited to AML, CFT, and CPF purposes. That is, for anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing. So there is immediately right off the bat that limitation that is in place. The second is the central bank. We spoke about limiting ministerial discretion, and so in many of these amendment laws, as Senator Perfit highlighted, there is the removal of the minister from the picture, the removal of ministerial discretion by simply removing the minister and enabling the central bank in particular to exercise full operational independence, whether it's in the revocation of a license, the appointment of a statutory administration, or other preventative actions that the central bank would be in a position to take. No longer is that minister's approval required. But even in terms of the disclosure of information at the request of a foreign regulatory authority, there are limitations beyond just the limitation of it being for AML, CFT, CPF purposes. Section 1, the proposed section 18(1)(c) speaks to that. And it states, in deciding whether to exercise those powers, the central bank shall consider in particular whether corresponding assistance will be given in that country or territory to the authority, whether the inquiries relate to the possible breach of a law or other requirement which has no close parallel in Belize or involves the assertion of a jurisdiction not recognized by Belize, whether the nature and seriousness of the matter to which the inquiries relate, the importance to the inquiries of the information sought in Belize, and whether the assistance could be obtained by other means, and whether it is otherwise appropriate in the public interest to give the assistance sought. So 1C certainly sets a number of factors that the central bank is required to consider before it decides whether to exercise those powers. Section 1D also establishes a further limitation. Section 1D states, the central bank shall not exercise the powers conferred by subsection 1B unless it is satisfied that the assistance requested by the foreign regulatory authority is for the purposes of its regulatory functions. Senator Perifit had also highlighted the matter of legal professional privilege as well as being another limitation. So there are several factors that the central bank must consider before exercising its discretion. But even in the exercise of discretion, there are rules that apply. As an administrative authority in exercising that discretion, it has to act reasonably. And that is a protection afforded in our case law and throughout the court process. So there's no doubt that the matter of reasonableness comes into play. And the way that the central bank goes about exercising cannot be done unreasonably. On the matter of privacy, the question of privacy is impacted by this legislation, but it cannot impact it in any way more than would interfere with each of our constitutionally protected rights of privacy. So there is, at the underlying basis, the constitutional entrenched protections, those remain in place, and those are the backstop against which any of these provisions are gauged against. On the matter of the code of conduct, my understanding is that there is already a code of ethics by which the board of directors sign off to. I'm not entirely sure about at the level of the governors, but this now ensures that obligation on all of them as set out in the central bank legislation. But yes, that is something that now becomes mandatory as far as each of them is concerned. So I think as far as the various provisions, I believe that addresses the concerns.
Madam President, I want to thank Senator Cowie for his distillation of the provisions of the bill. I will be very brief in responding to the concerns raised by Senator Kevin Herrera. Perhaps his main concern was the potential abuse and the lack of what he regards as protection in the bill. First of all, Madam President, I think it's important to look at what Clause 1B, 4.1b says. It is saying that it amends Section 18, subsection 1, which is a provision in the existing Central Bank Act that allows the Central Bank to enter into an agreement with the Deposit Corporation. That's what 18.1 is. And so this is added. Subsection 1 shall not prevent the disclosure of any information for the purpose of enabling or assisting a foreign regulatory authority to exercise functions corresponding to competent authorities' functions under this Act for AML, CFT, CPF purposes, including where the Foreign Regulatory Authority has requested assistance in connection with inquiries being carried out by it on its behalf. So, this is dealing with a foreign request to the central bank. It is not the central bank on its own deciding I'm going to harass Amon Courtney or Kevin Herrera. A request has to come in from a foreign regulatory body. So I think the first thing to recognize is that this is not empowering the central bank to act on its own initiative or to act in an abusive way to go after some Belizean. Secondly, as highlighted by Senator Coy, Clause 1C says, one of the things that the central bank has to consider is the nature and seriousness of the matter to which the inquiries relate, the importance to the inquiries of the information sought in Belize. So the central bank, who is receiving a request from a foreign regulatory body, has to determine, wait, this has to be serious. A serious investigation is going on, and the information sought in Belize cannot be trivial or de minimis. It has to be important to the inquiry that is going on. And finally, 1D, the central bank shall not exercise the powers conferred by subsection 1B unless it is satisfied that the assistance requested by the Foreign Regulatory Authority is for the purpose of its regulatory functions. So again, it is not that a foreign regulatory body may have a vendetta against someone in Belize and believe that they can come and hoodwink the central bank to use its powers under this provision to go after somebody in Belize. The central bank has to make its own determination. The central bank has to satisfy the requirements in Clause 1C, and it is limited for regulatory functions. Now, the point that Senator Perifit was alluding to, the cost of doing business, no one can get away from that. But the safeguard, Senator Herrera, is 1H, where in accordance with subsection 1B, the central bank is satisfied that the assistance should be provided. So it has to exercise that discretion first, that I have examined this and all those requirements are satisfied, and that the assistance should be provided pursuant to a request by a foreign regulatory authority, and that the request is in relation to information which is in the possession or control of a person in Belize. The central bank may, by notice in writing, serve on such person. So this is not a situation where the central bank can just go in. They have to give notice that I require certain information. So the person will have the opportunity to hire Senator Perifit, who offered to represent all Belizeans for $1,000. So, Senator Herrera, you have the assurance of Senator Perifit's representation. You know the cost is $1,000. Sorry. In all seriousness, Madam President, I think that there are, when one takes a careful look at the legislation, there are checks and balances. There is, the central bank has to operate on the basis that it has a genuine request from a foreign regulatory body. It has to satisfy itself that it is relevant and important. It has to satisfy itself that the information is not trivial, and it has to give notice to the person before that person is required to give up information. Madam President, in the circumstances, I want to thank senators for considering these bills all together under pressure, and I ask that the question be put in relation to all the bills.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Credit Unions Act, Chapter 314 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations to provide for the Chief Executive Officer, Senior Executive Officer, and members of the Board of Directors, Supervisory Committee, and Credit Committee to be fit and proper to provide for publication of sanctions at the discretion of the Central Bank of Belize to provide for credit unions to comply with all requirements of the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time, that the bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to provide for the exchange of information between financial supervisors, to allow for reinforcement of the central bank to ensure financial institutions comply with AML/CFT/CAPF international standards, and to avoid any real or perceived conflicts of interest, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. That the bill for an act to amend the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Act, Chapter 263 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to provide for the operational independence of the central bank, to have full discretion to take actions and decisions on supervised banks and banking groups, to provide for the publication of sanctions for non-compliance at the central bank's discretion, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time, that the bill for an act to amend the International Banking Act, Chapter 267 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to align the definition of shell bank with the definition in the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Act and the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to prohibit the licensing of shell banks, to provide for the publication of sanctions for non-compliance at the discretion of the Central Bank of Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time, and that the bill for an act to amend the Moneylenders Act, Chapter 260 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to increase the central bank's effectiveness in supervising moneylenders by enabling publication of enforcement actions, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time, that the bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with respect to laws regarding national anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time, that the bill for an act to amend the National Payment System Act, Chapter 26601 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to provide that payment service providers and agents are licensed or registered to operate, to sanction the operation without a license or registration of payment service providers and agents, to provide for the publication of sanctions for non-compliance by payment service providers and agents, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The reading into the records of the short titles of the following bills: the bill for an act to amend the Credit Unions Act, Chapter 314 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, the bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, Bill for an Act to amend the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Act, Chapter 263 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Bill for an Act to amend the International Banking Act, Chapter 267 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Bill for an Act to amend the Money Lenders Act, Chapter 260 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised 2020. Bill for an Act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. And the Bill for an Act to amend the National Payment System Act, Chapter 26601 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to defer the second reading of the Lotteries Control Amendment Act 2023 to a further date.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Lotteries Control Act, Chapter 151 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, be deferred. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Law Revision Act, Chapter 3 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to allow for the publication of an interim revised edition of the Laws of Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, what this bill seeks to do is to amend the Law Revision Act to allow the laws of Belize to be revised on an interim basis. As it currently stands, the Law Revision Act only empowers a revision of the law to take place in relation to all the laws, over 300 chapters of the law. The Senate will note that we have made a significant number of amendments to the legislation as a result of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations. For example, the money laundering bill has over 100 amendments. What this law will allow is for the AG to say to the Law Revision Commissioner, revise just these laws, these 6 or these 7, so that all of this will be put into one piece of legislation and published with a force of law, rather than having to wait every 20 years when all the laws are being revised. So it is an advance in making sure that the laws are available in a concise, open, and transparent way for all of us on a regular basis.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chinona.
Thank you, and thanks to the Leader of Government Business for that context. We just had that based on the reading of it, that it didn't lend itself to the appearance that there could be some, I don't want to say give and take, but some discussion or communication, because as read here, we interpret it to be that somehow this would have to be at the discretion and only at the discretion of the Attorney General, that maybe there is a commissioner, maybe it's the public, can do some recommendation as they deem fit or see fit or would like to see recommended. Otherwise, again, I can be guided if it's inappropriate or inaccurate, but this just seems to be that it's the minister's opinion and only the minister's opinion that would cause these changes. And I call out C, which is that the public would benefit from the interim revision and publication, and that's where I guess the recommendation to consider some measure of allowing the public to make recommendations if that is practical. Thank you.
Madam President, again, this is an empowering piece of legislation. I am sure, for example, the environment community can make a recommendation to the Attorney General and say, it's in the interest of the public that you bring all these environmental regulations, instead of amendment, make it into an omnibus act, one bill, so that everybody has it. Similarly with money laundering, all of this, put it into one piece of legislation so we all have it. There is nothing here that precludes anybody, any interested party, any non-governmental organization, union, chamber, opposition, any individual from making a recommendation that a certain section of the law or area of the law or a particular bill needs to be revised, and the Attorney General will do the revision. Bear in mind, there is a cost. Law revision experts are extremely expensive. So someone has to make a decision, and it's the Attorney General, obviously based on the budget. But we hear the Senator, and as I say, there is nothing to prevent any interest group or individual from making a recommendation. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Law Revision Act, Chapter 3 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to allow for the publication of an interim revised edition of the laws of Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Law Revision Act, Chapter 3 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to allow for the publication of an interim revised edition of the Laws of Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to prescribe matters necessary for the appointment of, and duties of a special prosecutor who has an independent status within the scope of a specific case in the investigation of crime and institution of public prosecution, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, this bill arises out of unique circumstances where there is a case of significant public interest that requires prosecution. The director, the current director of public prosecution, is not in a position to exercise her powers independently at this moment. The solution to that is the bill that is before the Honorable Senate.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfit.
Madam President, I would love to know what is making the current DPP not in a position to exercise her powers independently. Because that is exactly what this little known document called the Constitution empowers her to do. Now, Madam President, in local parlance, we have a saying, you know, when someone does something really silly or totally unacceptable, we say they knock their head. On this piece of legislation that the government is trying to pass, the government knocked their head. We really have to wonder what this government is thinking about and what are their thought processes. Special prosecutor who has an independent status within the scope of a specific case in the investigation of crime and institution of public prosecution. Oh, Madam President, it gets really bad. Now, this prosecutor gets triggered under two circumstances. Section 3A, a case where the National Assembly, by resolution, determines that an investigation be conducted in the interests of political neutrality or impartiality. Madam President, the National Assembly is nothing but partiality. That's why you have opposition, you have government. This is a partial debate environment. How can the National Assembly now say, and many times I'm speechless, you know, Madam President. We hereby table a bill. We hereby table a bill so that Colette Montejo can be prosecuted for such and such a crime. And then there's a debate, you know. There's a debate, Madam President. And all those in favor say aye. All those in favor say no, because you're the most likely person to be prosecuted, sir. Then, Madam President, when the House don't pass that, it comes to the Senate. It comes to the Senate, Madam President. And your presidency will have to preside over whether or not we should send to the Governor General that we have voted to prosecute someone with necessarily no evidence or anything like that. So all of a sudden now, we become investigators. We have to go investigate to see if we are not police. We are not investigators. We don't have offices equipped for that. So now we have to decide whether or not someone who is a citizen of this country will be prosecuted in the National Assembly. And while everybody, Madam President, is entitled to their political opinions and positions, if a PUP majority National Assembly votes to prosecute a UDP personality, the automatic assumption of that is that it is a political prosecution. Even if it's a righteous one, why would we put ourselves in that? Why would we try to ask this Senate to pass a bill that gives us the power to investigate and prosecute? Come on, man. Your arrogance must have one limit. That's one instance. Or a case determined by the minister responsible for the administration of justice as requiring investigation due to a conflict of interest or partiality. Minister, they decide who will be investigated and prosecuted. That is the mother of all partiality. Nobody from the executive should be determining whether or not a person should be investigated and prosecuted for any possible crime. That is ridiculous, crazy. That is why we have a police department. That is why we have a constitutionally created and protected DPP for that purpose, so that the National Assembly people, mostly comprised of politicians, can stay out of the judicial system and judicial proceedings. This is madness, Madam President. But as I promised, Madam President, it get worse and worse. It says here now that this special prosecutor will be appointed by the Prime Minister. I guess you have to be impartial, right? Really? No, this person, and this is the joke, Section 4.3, a special prosecutor shall not be subject to the direction or control of any person or authority. Can I read that again? A special prosecutor shall not be subject to the direction or control of any person or authority. Just a person on a mission to destroy whoever the National Assembly says or the AG's ministry says to destroy. Nobody answerable to no one, not even the DPP. And I thought, the last time I read the Constitution, that this power resides only in the DPP. You can't come with some dibby bill to try and override the rights given to an office protected by the Constitution. What's wrong with you people? Then, Madam President, let me go to the actual Constitution. Because it looked like we want to have two DPP now. So this is what that bill is proposing, you know, Madam President. And that this person, this special prosecutor, the amount of powers will he or she want to have. A special prosecutor may, when necessary to perform his duties, request the assistance of public officers for support. So the special prosecutor could request any police. So who the police report to? The special prosecutor, the DPP, the commissioner of police, who? Suppose the DPP and the special and the police commissioner are saying this is what the police should do, but the special prosecutor is saying, no, I need you to help me to do something else. What prevails? This is, I cannot begin to tell you the madness that this piece of legislation is, Madam President. It's saying the remuneration of the special prosecutor shall be determined by the JLSC, the Judicial and Legal Services Commission, and the government of Belize shall pay the expenses required for the performance of duties of a special prosecutor with funds appropriated from the Consolidated Revenue Fund. Really? I mean, think you don't got no money? You're going to find money for which you already find money for the DPP's office. Take whatever money you have extra and strengthen the office of the DPP, who is empowered by the Constitution to carry out this very function you want to give to a special prosecutor. I know the leader of government business likes to say that I was absent from law school. Well, whoever drafted this and is sponsoring this, well, first off, they admitted to be absent. I think they were present and just didn't listen. This is unconstitutional. And as soon as you all pass this, I am sure somebody will go to the court to have this struck out. So why put yourself in that embarrassing situation? Madam President, let me read for you the Constitution. Lord of mercy. The section 50. And you can read one old Constitution, this section ain't changed. Section 50. There shall be Constitution, Madam President. Constitution. Section 50. There shall be a director of public prosecutions whose office shall be a public office, to institute and undertake criminal proceedings against any person before any court of law other than a court martial, in respect of any offense alleged to have been committed by that person, to take over and continue any such criminal proceedings that have been instituted or undertaken by any other person or authority. So the Constitution is saying, because under the law, Madam President, it doesn't require the state to institute a criminal offense. A private citizen can institute a criminal offense, but once it is before the court, the DPP has the authority to take over any criminal prosecution. But then this piece of proposed legislation is saying that this special prosecutor will not be subject to the authority of anyone. So if this is passed, the DPP will have no say. Someone with a constitutionally protected office will have nothing to say about a politically appointed prosecutor. You still have time to pull this, leader of government business. The director of public prosecutions can discontinue at any stage before judgment is delivered any such criminal such criminal proceedings instituted or undertaken by himself or any other person or authority. The powers of the DPP under subsection 2 may be exercised by him in person or through other persons acting under and in accordance with his general or special instruction. Subsection 4. The powers conferred on the DPP by paragraphs B and C of subsection 2 of this section shall be vested in him to the exclusion of any other person or authority. Madam President, do I need to say more? Do I need to say that of all the ridiculous pieces of legislation that I have seen since November 2020. This is the one that takes the cake. This is the one that is most ridiculous. And there is no way that we can support this bill, Madam President, and I can't see how anybody can support this bill. I thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Elena Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. In going through this bill, Madam President, we referred to the very section of the Constitution that Senator Perry-Feet just mentioned, Section 50. And in going through that, we don't believe that we should be going against our Constitution. The Constitution is the supreme law. And as such, if it is that we are removing the powers from the DPP, whatever powers the DPP has, by now putting in place the space to have, if you will, to have this special prosecutor, then it is, in our view, and while I am no legal mind and I didn't even apply to any law school, Senator, so I couldn't even get through the gates, no? Maybe in my other life. We felt, Madam President, that in good conscience, we cannot support something that goes against our own Constitution, that we have an obligation to ensure that our Constitution is adhered to. And so for that reason, we are at this time not going to support this bill as presented before us. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chinona.
Thank you, Madam President. We align ourselves with the questions regarding constitutionality. I think enough has been said on that point. I did want to, or need to point out with the existing draft, recommendations for specific changes. The same section Senator Perry-Feet read at 3A. I believe the grammatical or the accurate term is partisan neutrality, not political neutrality. And in terms of the cases subject to investigation, the recommendation is that it be back at some other recommendation as well, Security Council, whomever, but in terms of cases there. At 7.2, it was pointed out that it would be up to the special prosecutor to not allow any private interest to interfere with the conduct or prosecution, but there's no mention of who would regulate this, who would be, and I think it goes to the heart of the other concerns raised in terms of the possible conflicts or contraventions with the Constitution as currently worded. And then lastly, in terms of corrections at 11.3, the Prime Minister represents to the Governor General that the question of removing the special prosecutor under this section, I think it should be ought, not out, to be investigated. The word ought. That's our contributions.
Madam President,
I recognize Senator Beverly Williams.
Madam President, we do not support the special prosecutor bill and we ask for a division.
going to ask that you, Senator, ask that once the question has been posed, then the division is requested. Is okay?
Madam President, I would like to ask for a short adjournment.
So granted, Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President, and I am grateful for your indulgence. Madam President, the government side has listened to the criticisms of the Special Prosecutor Bill, and we intend to leave it in committee for the criticisms to be brought to the attention of the Cabinet for further review and proposed amendments to the bill. It does not enjoy the confidence of the majority of the Senate today.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to prescribe matters necessary for the appointment and duties of a special prosecutor who has an independent status within the scope of a specific case in the investigation of crime and institution of public prosecutions, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be deferred. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Committee of the Whole Senate on Motions and Bills.
with Standing Order 68A, the Senate will now resolve itself into the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, a committee of the whole Senate, to consider the motions referred to it, and thereafter, in accordance with Standing Order 54, the Committee of the whole Senate to consider the bills that were read a second time. Honorable members, I will now take the chair as the chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, and then as the chairperson of the Committee of the whole Senate. Honorable members, I now call to order the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
public business, government business motions.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered the resolution authorizing the acceptance by Belize of the protocol amending the Marrakesh Agreement, establishing the World Trade Organization Agreement on Fisheries Subsidies Motion 2023, and has agreed that it should be returned back to the Senate for adoption. The committee has also authorized the accession to the Minamata Convention on Mercury Motion 2023 and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for adoption. It has also met and considered the resolution authorizing the ratification by Belize of the Framework Agreement on Technical Cooperation between the Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the Government of Belize, Motion 2023, and has agreed that it be returned to the Senate for adoption. And it has met and considered the resolution authorizing the accession by Belize to the agreement for the establishment of a partnership agreement between member states of the Caribbean Community and the African Export-Import Bank, Motion 2023, and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for adoption. Madam President, I therefore move that the question be put in relation to the four motions.
Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the government of Belize to accept the protocol amending the Marrakesh Agreement, establishing the World Trade Organization, agreement on fisheries subsidies, and all other documents associated therewith. The honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the government of Belize to accede to the Mercury Convention. Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the government of Belize to ratify the Framework Agreement on Technical Cooperation between the Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the Government of Belize, the full text of which is here to annex. Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the government of Belize to accede to the agreement for the establishment of a partnership agreement between the states of the Caribbean Community and the African Export-Import Bank, a full text of which is hereby here to annex. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Reporting on third reading of bills.
Madam President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. The Committee of the Whole Senate has also met and considered the Credit Unions Amendment Bill 2023, the Central Bank of Belize Amendment Bill 2023, Domestic Banks and Financial Institution Amendment Bill 2023, the International Banking Amendment Bill 2023, Money Lenders Amendment Bill 2023, National Payment Amendment System Amendment Bill 2023, the Law Revision Amendment Bill 2023, and pass them without amendment. I now move that those bills be read a third time. Madam President, the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it with amendment. I now move that that bill be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Act, Act number 14 of 2021, to repeal and replace the definition of relevant period so as to end the increment fees imposed on certain persons appointed to hold a public office as of March 31st, 2023, instead of March 31st, 2024, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Credit Union Act Chapter 314 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to provide for the Chief Executive Officer, Senior Executive Officer, and members of the Board of Directors, Supervisory Committee, and Credit Committee to be fit and proper, to provide for publication of sanctions at the discretion of the Central Bank of Belize, to provide for credit unions to comply with all requirements of the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to provide for the exchange of information between financial supervisors, to allow for reinforcement of the central bank to ensure financial institutions comply with AML, CFT, CPF international standards, and to avoid any real or perceived conflicts of interest, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Act, Chapter 263 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to provide for the operational independence of the central bank, to have discretion to take actions and decisions on supervised banks and banking groups, to provide for the publication of sanctions for non-compliance at the central bank's discretion, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the International Banking Act, Chapter 267 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to align the definition of shell bank with the definition in the Domestic Banks and Financial Institution Act and the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to prohibit the licensing of shell banks, to provide for the publication of sanctions for non-compliance at the discretion of the Central Bank of Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Money Launderers Act, Chapter 260 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to increase the central bank's effectiveness in supervising moneylenders by enabling publication of enforcement actions, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the National Payment System Act, Chapter 26601 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to provide that payment service providers and agents are licensed or registered to operate, to sanction the operation without a license or registration of payment service providers and agents, to provide for the publication of sanctions for non-compliance by payment services providers and agents, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Law Revision Act, Chapter 3 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to allow for the publication of an interim revised edition of the Laws of Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Task Force recommendation in respects to law regarding national and anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism and combating proliferation financing, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time as amended. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowance Reduction Act, Act number 24 of 2021. The bill for an act to amend the Credit Union Act, Chapter 314 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. The bill for an act to amend the Central Bank Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. The bill for an act to amend the Domestic Banks and Financial Institution Act, Chapter 263 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. The bill for an act to amend the International Banking Act, Chapter 267 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. The bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering Act, Money Lenders Act, Chapter 260 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. The bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. The bill for an act to amend the National Payment System Act, Chapter 26601 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. And the bill for an act to amend the Law Revision, Chapter 3 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
Before I pose the question on the Senate to be adjourned, I wish to extend, on behalf of this Senate, condolences to our colleague, the Honorable Senator Antonio Herrera, and his family on the passing of his grandmother, Velma Teresita Sanchez, and to let him know that our thoughts and prayers are with him and his family. May her soul rest in peace. Honorable members, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned.